Hey chat, how's it going? Who is ready to finally be heading back into the cheese maze today? First of all, thank you to everybody that pointed out that I'd somehow managed to start 2 streams simultaneously. No idea how that happened. And also, secondly, thank you very much to Aiden for becoming a Video Dojo Plus channel member just before the stream started. Thank you very much for your support, Aiden. Make good use of those emotes in today's chat. Yeah, that was super weird. I don't know why the Mario Kart stream started. That's only ever happened once before, and that was a long time ago. I think it's something to do with duplicate stream codes. But I don't know why all of a sudden that happened. I see lots of excited people in chat. Let's say some hellos. First of all, let's say hello to Renz. Hey Renz, Ramona, Aiden of course, Hiwa, Sarcastic Artsman, Jinjo, DZ Kirby, Suspicious Duck, Arch, great to see you Arch, Nintenvlogs, John David, Jess, Coastwood, Voxy, hey Bori, hey Jinjo. I think I already said Jinjo once, but hello again. Sarcastic says that Mario Kart stream was so cool, especially that one part that happened. I agree, Sarcastic, was amazing. Alright, let's switch over to... Oh, in fact, before I switch over to the Switch, let me show you one other exciting thing that we have here for today's first day of Mousey's Dev Days. A janky webcam! Look! It's very out of focus and very low resolution. But the reason that we have this is because I've found in the past, I've desperately wished to have an easy way to demonstrate an idea, excuse me. And that's really hard to do on like Paint or something. So having this webcam here will allow me to sketch out an idea and show it. I made some notes before the stream. These are very bad notes. I'll endeavor to make them more legible about some things that I really want to fix right off the bat. Here's my tea. This webcam is so old and so bad, I apologize. But hey, it's better than nothing. Look at that, look at all the steam. That's probably fogged up the webcam even worse. And let's switch over to the Switch, so we can see what the source of the sound has been. It's of course Mousey's, that's why we're here today. And I'm sure people know this already, but these streams are dedicated to finally finishing Mousey's Cheese Maze. Long overdue, and I didn't want it to be. I wanted it to be out for Christmas, and I didn't want it to be, you know, something that doesn't come out till the new year. So, we're gonna do it, and I'm very excited. But as you may be able to tell, I'm also very nervous for 2 reasons. I think there's still quite a bit to do, hence scheduling 3 streams in a row, and secondly, this is always tough for me. I'm not especially good at GBG. As much as I love it, I am definitely not gifted in the way of node-on wielding, let's say. So I know there are lots of fantastic people in the audience and in chat who are 10 times better than me, so please be patient with me. I'll definitely need your help along the way, but I wanna really test myself with this. So we're gonna dive in, and I think I'm gonna have to go against my tendencies, which you've probably seen in my devlogs, which is to immediately do art, to immediately tweak little tiny things that don't really matter. We're gonna have to really think about what the core of Mousey's Cheese Maze is first. And what I would say is, if you would like to help in the process of making this game, I'd really recommend that you head over to the thread I made in help and tutorials called Mousey's Dev Days to post your suggestions or your tips there. That's where I'm going to be watching. It's a lot easier for me to keep track of like longer blocks of text there than it is in the chat, because the chat moves quite quick. Yeah, and I'm going to take a little bit of time first of all just to figure out what I want to do next with Mousey's. So let's jump in. And first things first, I'm going to turn... I was going to say I'm going to turn off the audio, but let's keep it on for a moment. Let's just get a sense of what the playthrough is right now, the experience. So, we've got this start arena. We've got the guides. I've kind of set myself a little rule, which is I only want A and B, as well as, of course, analog movement controls for Mousey. I think any more buttons than that is going to start getting a little bit more complex than I want this game to be. So yeah, we're going to keep just dash and Mousey's inhale ability. Now, I don't think that will be limited to just necessarily dash for a movement buff and inhale for eating cheese. There can be things that we do with the mechanics later on that will tie into these, such as maybe you can only knock blocks when you're dashing, or you can inhale other things other than cheese. So let's keep that in mind as we move through this first stage. Movement feels good. I'll honestly say that I'm still pleased with how Mousey handles. However, I was thinking, is a move over to a person node-on rather than a UFO going to make programming in hazards and the such easier down the line? So that's something I'm going to have a think about soon. We've got the lava pit here, which will teleport us back. We have the padlock on the door that unlocks when you eat all of the cheese. And then we've got this next stage, which is kind of the beginning of a couple of ideas, right? Because we've got the poison cheese here, which honestly right now feels quite out of place. Because it's just here, it's on its own. The thinking was that if you eat the poison cheese, it will make this section harder. But maybe we need to think of a better introduction for this, or another usage for it elsewhere. But anyway, we've got the bridge that breaks down. And then this section, which does unlock once you eat all the cheese. But currently there's nothing more there. This guy says keep it for because it's funny. Definitely won't get rid of it. I just want to think about whether it can be more tied into the gameplay. Hey Esha, good to see you. Also, chat was flying by while I was talking there. I was just kind of going off on one. Let me see what people have been saying. Textures don't line up with that block and it bugs me. Hang on a sec. I want to see what Voxy's referring to. That must have been at the beginning. You mean here? This bit? Yeah, that's pretty rough. It happens here as well. It's to do with the... I guess the scaling I used on the block. The thing is, I really like the size of these. Anyway, this is... Hey, no! This is stuff that I would definitely get bogged down in, and I can't right now. We need to figure out the logistics. Cat says, make a bowling game like I did in Ratties. If you mean like a mini game within this, potentially, but I'm gonna stay really focused right now. I know chat wants to distract me on pointless things. Disco says, I mean, isn't it just a simple fix of stretching the block more so the textures line up? Oh, the block! Oh yeah, because look, it lines up perfectly here. Honestly, Disco, you're probably right. Arch says, Mousey's made so many cameos in other GBG games, I believe that the Rat Race cameo was first. I believe so too, Arch. Which is fitting, as the Ratty Easter egg is the first one to appear in the game as well. That's something else that I would like to do towards the end of these streams, but I really do need to remain focused. Something else is this screen is a nightmare, so I might need to look at that. Something I'm going to say is that these streams are not necessarily going to be the most action-packed things ever, just by the very nature of it, but I'm going to do everything within my power to remain focused on this. Oh, that was the touch sensor, wasn't it? Okay, let's get... So it's this object, I guess? Let's just try stretching it out first of all. This guy says, yo, he stretched a node on. It's pretty hype. Alright, so that's working. Look at this. We're well on our way to finishing the game. There we go. So now if I just push this back to where it was. I mean, I could have probably done this by scaling it down as well. There we go. Although, it's revealed further issues back there, to be honest, but we'll not look into that for now. So yeah, here's my thinking. Okay. So, I think if we imagine... Let me move my lighting setup a little bit. So I think for the dash, if we imagine Mousey in dash mode, being able to like bump buttons potentially to do something was something I was thinking of this morning, but only when in dash mode. And something that I'd like to refer back to, which is Mousey's vacuum ability being used for moving blocks to make paths that weren't previously there. So we've got the lava that we introduced in stage 1, and I think having Mousey slide pieces into place. So this was a well of lava here, beautifully rendered lava, and Mousey's on this side, but can then use the vacuum ability to pull the piece into place. This is something that I've had in mind, I think, since the first stream, and I never kind of followed through with. I would really like that kind of a puzzle ability, puzzle element using the vacuum ability. So, switch back to the Switch. I'm okay with level 1 being incredibly simplistic. Mr. O says, hey Dom, what's the timer on the other stream for? Oh no, is there another stream up again? Hang on a sec. Let me check. Hey cat, I will not be face revealing. Mr. O, it might be that you've got like the cached version of the other stream that I had briefly. Yeah. There was an issue with duplicate stream codes. Okay. So I'm okay with this one being very, very simple. Because this introduces us to the idea that you need to collect all of the cheese. So let's move on to level 2 briefly. In fact, let's just move Mousey. Who is... Where? Where's Mousey at? See, this is the thing. I can't even recall where anything is. I guess this is Mousey? Oh no, wait. Does Mousey teleport in? Oh yeah, Mousey teleports in, right? From here. So let's just drag Mousey from here. Okay. So this just takes us to stage 2. The music's broken because I guess it's attached to a volume or something. I forget how the music's triggered, but that's fine. So right now we don't have a padlock visible for this section, but the padlock is here, so we should probably just add that art so it feels a little bit more complete. So let's do that first of all. I think the reason that I didn't add the padlocks before was because this artwork is very placeholder, but I think if I keep thinking like that, I will never like actually get through this. So we're going to duplicate it, and then I'll just replace the placeholder art towards the end of this. It'll be a treat for myself, if not anyone else, when we get to the point that I can just spend some time doing some art. Okay. Man. I think the reality here is that I'm going to have to spend a bit of time tidying up as well. All of this relates to the bridge dropping. Mr. O says, I'm sorry, Dom, I didn't ask how you've been. Are you ready for this stream? First of all, no need to apologize, Mr. O. I'm doing good. I've been very excited for this. I was explaining that I'm also a little bit nervous, though, because, you know, I'm not the greatest in GBG, and I want to do this to the best of my ability. How has everybody been? How have you been, Mr. O? How has everybody's week been? I think for many, we're potentially at the end of the week, the working week. I know some people work on the weekends as well. I hope your week went well if you were busy. I know it can be a busy time of the year as well. So let's see how the padlock system works. So all of these textures are attached to an object here. That's the arrow that appears. So we'll do that next, but let's just look at this. This is a box that's visible. Yeah, let's just straight up duplicate this first of all. So I know that this is the entrance. Arch says, I believe the bridge is too node-on heavy to fit in future levels. Okay, that's a really good point, Arch. So either we need to figure out a way to reduce the node-on count if we do want to have it appear in other levels, or we could have it as a little special thing that just appears in this section, but we'll see. Ramona says, I had a few weeks or had a week off, excuse me. Very busy next week, though. I hope you managed to store up some energy in preparation for that, Ramona. All right. Let's tie all of these textures to this. Now, I know initially this is not going to be functional because we need to change the node on count. Because right now, I think this will trigger when 5 cheese blocks are destroyed. There's the arrow for future. So we need to change the map here, is that correct? So instead of being from 0 to 5, we want to go from 5 to however many are on that stage. Oh wait, no, we don't want to do that. That was the wrong way of going about it. We want to change this from 5 to 10. Or change the starting value to 5, and then from 0 to 5. Is that right? Does not seem to be correct. Okay, let me spend a second to think. So, our previous one works because we're counting up the number of boxes that are broken. And in the first stage, we haven't broken any boxes, and as we get to the exit doorway, we'll have broken 5 boxes in order to have eaten all the cheese that will trigger the padlock, right? So by the second stage, we'll already have broken 5. So I think the starting value of 5 is correct, but then we just need to go 5 to 10 here and then change the map. So input range will be 5 to 10. Output range will be 0 to 5. Beautiful. Nintendoblog says, he's taking a second to think. What a stream! Wait a minute, Dom taking a second to think? That doesn't sound right. I think that's worked, but we're actually gonna have to move Mousey back to test this. Or that's the quickest way I can think of testing this. So just drop Mousey in here for a second. Okay, so have I broken the first one? It's very unlikely that I have, but I want to check. No. Countdown is still working there. There's our 5 cheese. Now, if I go straight to the end... Okay, the graphics not working. Oh, wait! I already have a mechanic for opening that door. There's already a mechanic for opening that door. It's this, right? If it's equal to 10... Voxy says, I think you could save so many node on by just making it a number object. Yeah, I believe that was the original route I was going to go, but I wanted it to be as communicative as possible, in that, especially in that first stage. So people understand that the whole point will be to progress, you need to collect all of them. And I think having the very janky picture of the cheese... was my way of going about that. Okay, so a teleporter teleports away a block that's blocking the entrance when it equals 10. So these systems are actually not interconnected at all. One is just visual, these padlocks here, and the other one is mechanical, the teleporter, which teleports away the block. So, why was this one not working when we got to the second stage? It went to this one straight away, didn't it? Which means that this counter moved up. So I think for now, let's do this. Let's move this here and see what's actually happening simultaneously. So this one I'm moving in is going to be the level 2 padlock. And see if eating 1 cheese counts that one up. It punches it straight to the end. So that's something to do with my map, isn't it? Most likely. Oh, I just want to output 0 to 1. Alright, that's going to fix it, I think. Lucian says, set the new counter to start at 0. Oh, yes. Right. I had it the wrong way around. Like this then, huh? Nope. So I'm just having a look back through the thread on the Discord, which is where I'll be pulling in the majority of my sort of advice for this, and I see someone has said, I feel like the poison cheese could have its own section instead of being introduced on the bridge section. I think so, someone. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. Boxy says you forgot to change the range of the counter. Why? Should that still be 0 to 5? Disco says, on the target node on, it only outputs 0 to 1. So when outputting from map, when outputting from map to bullseye node on, any outputs from the map has to be between 0 to 1. Mr. O says, instead of using the comparison with 5 to 10, use the bullseye that it's active with 5 and the one with 10. Oh, I think I half understand that. Let me just do something with a button press here so I can easily test this. Okay, so go straight up to... It goes straight up to 5 with a button press. If I change this to 0 again, I just want to check. That does go from 5, but it goes straight up to 10. Okay, alright. That's it, isn't it? Whew, there we go. Oh, I totally forgot this cheese gets burnt. For no reason. So right now they're both acting identically. Mr. O says the second counter has to be 0 to 10. Starting on 0. Yep. The map 5 to 10 oh, I just don't get that last bit. The map 5 to 10 to 0 to 1. I mean, I can make that one on the input range 0 to 1, but I'm guessing that does need to be 5 to 10, right? What's going on here? CNN 10 vlogs. Input 5 to 10, output 1 to... Okay, like that. Nodon can only take inputs between 0 and 1. Input 5 to 10, that's what we've got here. Output 0 to 1, bullseye nodon can only take inputs between 0 and 1. Alright, let's do the button test. There we go. We got it. Thank you very much, chat. Let's do our test again. So this first cheese should now not affect this. It did not. Boxy says, I think you'd need to make the lava cheese another object because it's weird that it counts for the lock requirement. Yeah, Voxy, I agree. However, the issue is, if you burn the cheese and make lava cheese, there is no way then to replenish the cheese on the stage so that you then get to the correct amount. What I mean by that is, so on that first stage, right, there's 5 pieces of cheese. And if we turn one of them into a lava cheese, you're left with 4, and you'll no longer be able to progress. You'll end up soft locking yourself. So maybe we could have it so that if you turn that cheese into lava cheese, you can, like, a cheese falls from the sky. Top Hat says, Dom, will you put the hot seat on? Yeah, maybe in a little bit. Let's get to a point where we know what we're going to do with the remainder of this, but I think that would be a nice idea. Oh, it says call programmer alert. I think we got it, right? Let's drop it over here. And I think because this is just a visual representation and we'd already gone to the trouble of the doing the block here, this should be it now. Okay, so... Oh, look! There's actually... Oh, we should get rid of 1 cheese here. Because it's currently incorrect. There must be... What, 6 cheese here? Is that really true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Wait. 3. That's the poison cheese. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Disco says you need to change the... Adjust the spacing on the marker node on the bullseye. One sec. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there is 6. All right, let's just dump this one. No, Disco, thank you for pointing it out. It's good. It's really good to test those things. Also, I think what had happened is because I'd left this button here, I'd messed up the count anyway. Arch says, counting with Dom. You don't want to be there. That would be the worst Sesame Street segment. Top Hat says, hey Dom, did you enter the Mario Kart 8 contest? Yes, it's happening tomorrow. Yes, Mr. O, yeah, that's what I just realized. So Mr. O says, by leaving the A set there, you're already adding cheese, because I was pressing A to vacuum up the cheese. So, let's try again. Oh, poor Mousey. Okay, so this time, we're gonna eat all the cheese except for the last one, which should mean it's still showing 1 count on the cheese. So it was just because I added more by pressing A, not because the cheese count was wrong. Drats. We'll get there eventually. Beautiful. There we go. Obviously it's misaligned currently, but it works. It's functional. Mr. O says, cheese, come back. Hey, Mercury. Oh, we're mousing around for sure. How close did I push? Oh, it's really close. Look at that. So that's the other padlock in stage 1. It's really close to the mouse hole. Oh my goodness, the Mousey's Dev Days channel on the Discord is so busy. I need to go check in on it in a second. There we go. That's looking good. Arch says Mousey's arm texture is still poggers. I'd completely forgotten about the arm texture until Chalupa posted that screenshot the other day. Where are they? They're still here. Look, here. So the idea was that this would appear while sprinting, I think. But we couldn't get it to work properly. Alright, I'm gonna have a look through the Discord chat. Catch back up with it. Oh my goodness, lots of good power-up ideas. I really want to do a powered-up Mousey as well. Disco says, just noticed the Dave node on Easter egg. How long's that been there? Oh, the Mousey arm. Right, thanks, Arch. That's very kind of you. I'm pretty proud of the Mousey paw. Yeah, the Dave node on Easter egg. So I added those like last time I did a Mousey stream. They're probably not going to be here. So we've got Dave. We got a janky Dave. Placeholder Dave. We got a janky Akachan and we got a very janky Ori up here. I want to keep them for sure, but I'll do them... I'll spread them out a little bit. Maybe we'll have Akachan on this second stage. And the others elsewhere. Also, there is an Erica here. Which I would love to include, but my intention was to have it a little bit like it was like a Castlevania 2 Easter egg where you have to stay on this block for a certain amount of time to make Erica appear. Because right now it's the inverse of how I actually want it. But these are all things that we really ought not do right now. Not says Dave has yellow glasses. Oh, maybe this is Dave's 2020 spring look. Yeah, change to the red shades, maybe. Disco says Dom is his own toughest critic. I think that's probably true. And I think part of the reason that I'm so tough is that I do feel like this is everybody's game. And I want to do the best that I can. Oh, perfect, Ramona. Then that's ideal. Ramona says, love that idea. Huge Castlevania fan. Fantastic. Okay. So let's move Mousey into the Farlands here. Because this is the beginning of the scrapped draggable terrain idea. So this is lava. I don't know whether it works. It does not work currently. But then there's the idea of having a block that can be dragged. The fancy object apple is the actual draggable part. And I don't know whether we got that working. Arch says, should all Easter eggs be in chalk drawing style? I was thinking about that too. Because I wasn't happy with how they look. And I don't know whether that's just because they're so placeholder right now. And maybe they'll look okay towards the end. Or maybe it's because they are such a difference in difference in the art style. Ginger says, wait, Mousey isn't on the floor. You mean here? It's because it should be lava. but it's not functional right now. So I think my idea was that here we would just have it that whatever the teleport effect that kills Mousey is just disabled once the fancy object touches it. That kind of technically is functional, but I don't think this is going to be a very robust system. Chalk textures would be node on light. That's very true, Arch. Cat, if we do open up the hot seat today, it'll be later. I want to get kind of into the swing of things first. Oh no, that pushes Mousey up. Okay. Well, first of all, I made it too thick. So this is like a little bit of an experimental portion of the stream. I don't even know whether this is the route I want to go, but I just want to spend a minute figuring out if this is even what I want. Of course, I forgot to move it back. Wrong thing. I will defend many things about GBG's limitations, but the fact that you can't accurately pick out things that are on top of each other is the thing that kills me. Oh, Ramona, so there's a hot seat in the Discord now that allows people to hop in and chat on stream. We tried it out on last week's stream for the first time. Hey, there we go. And I think Kat is requesting that we do that. But I know that I'll end up getting distracted if I do that, so we won't do that straight away. Okay, so here's my thinking regarding this. Switch over to the webcam for a second. Like a pros and cons, I guess, of this method. So, hey Mousey. So, let's start with the cons. I think for me, the fact that it's not consistent, right? If it's a physics-based thing, likely to have bugs and soft lock. I think in the pros, it's node on light, because we only need the fancy node on the fancy object apple and the block and the lava that we already use anyway. I think beyond the fact that it's physics based, I think this is very, very situational. And what I mean by that is that we would have to kind of custom craft this for each section. It's not one size fits all in terms of, you know, if we, the alternative is that we do this with something like a rail system using what do you call it, a slider, rather than just have it being physics driven. Yeah, Voxy says you don't have to have it physics based. Yeah, exactly. But if I don't do it physics based, it will require more node on, I think. Bori says, I think that would be a very good solution, Dom. When the fancy object touched the lava, disable the kill teleporter. Yes, that was my original plan. Good to hear from you, Bori, that is a viable method. Because sometimes I don't know whether these things will play out, but I'm glad to hear. Arch likes the physics block. Yeah, let's go for it for now. I think I know what I need to do to make this work. So let me refresh my brain on how lava works in this game. So I think for lava we just have a teleporter, right? Also, big shout out to Leo, who was the person who suggested this positional audio for the lava, I still think it's such an amazing idea. I don't know whether Leo has kind of left the community or has changed their name, but big shout out. I mean, there's so many wonderful tips that were suggested. I always think about how crazy the poison status solution was. It blew my mind, and that was Arch. It was incredible. Okay, so let's look. Yeah, Disco, same. I love the solution to the lava. It's amazing. It's one of those where I was like, I'm pretty confident that this is doable, but I wouldn't even know where to begin. Where's this teleport? Where's the teleport hanging out at? Yeah, shout out to Leo Sarcastic. We'll definitely have the poison. We'll definitely have the poison in here. We just may introduce a separate section for it. Yeah, so hang on. Is this the cylinder that's... No. There it is. Okay, right. This is what we need. Arch says, if you have a lot of lava, you can use my positional audio method I used in Ret Race Stage 4. Ooh. Is that something that can be repurposed multiple times over without having to duplicate the node on? Hey Nintendo, we actually have the effect that is applied with the poison cheese, which is that your controls get inverted. And I'd love to keep that. I'd love to keep that effect, the inverted controls, for a time period. But it's more about how it kind of gets tied into the level design rather than a specific effect that's associated with eating the poison cheese, if that makes sense. So that's just an object. I'm going to copy this just for time's sake. And where does it go? So it has the touch effect and the teleport. Okay. Let's copy this and drop it over here. This part is massive right now, though. I don't know whether I necessarily want this lava bridge to be so big. It also makes it hard to inhale the cheese. Or, sorry, the block. Okay, that worked, but it's taking us back to the wrong place, which is fine. So we would just change that to... Ooh, what's the latest that we've used? We've used C here, so... D? Can you change... Oh, you can't change that to an exit. You have to spawn a new one. Interesting. Nice. Okay, we replicated that. Wait, Voxy says positional audio can be achieved by connecting the sound to an object, by the way. Wait, for real? For reals? Does it have like a fall off? And how do you adjust the rail, the area? Like the curve of the fall off. Is that really true? That's crazy. It does have fall off, but you can't really adjust it. Okay, so I guess that would be dependent on sort of the scale of your world. You might kind of get lucky if your world is scaled in such a way that you get kind of the positional audio fall off that you'd want. That's great to know, though. Because I definitely did attach the sound to an object, the lava sound. And I didn't get it to work the way that I anticipated. Oh, hang on. Just do this as a quick test. It must be that the range is too big. Oh, that's a massive area. So yeah, I would have just assumed, oh, it plays continuously. I saw Arch asking, does the size of the node on affect it? That's a good shout. Let's try it both with this one and with the object. That looked to me like it lessened it. Am I just imagining that? Do a really big one to be sure. No. No, it doesn't. Does the size of the object it's attached to make any difference? Oops. Wrong one. Wait, why is there a teleport B here? Get out of here. Someone says the volume of the sound changes the drop-off. Right. But it's also going to affect the loudest possible volume, right? I forget, what's the range of inputs for volume? Is it between 0 and 1, or is it 1 and 2? Between 1 and 2. Oh, wait. Between 0 and 2, okay. Let's do 0.2. Yeah, so it's real quiet even when you're here. But it totally does affect the drop-off. Okay, cool. Good to know. Disco says GBG Mythbusters. It did turn into that for a moment. Voxy says, I do kind of prefer a distance-based setup rather than this because it's more flexible, but it does get node on heavy. Yeah. Arch says, missed opportunity from Nintendo there. Agreed, yeah. I guess there's no node on that are affected. No, that's totally not true. I was going to say there's no node on that are affected by the size of the node on, but I guess anything that manifests in the world is completely affected by the size. Another con is a loud programming screen. Yeah. Ooh, okay, so I just took a look in the Mousey's Dev Days channel on the Discord. Maybe make it so the UFO is always slightly moving down to give Mousey a gravity for when stuff like what happened with the apple happens, says Jinjo. Jinjo, that's a really great suggestion. However, Mousey doesn't have collision with the ground, so it would float through the ground eventually. So we would have to have some kind of system where there is like a baseline that Mousey always returns to. Which I'm sure there's a really neat way of doing that. I can't kind of fathom what the fastest way to do that or the lightest way to do that would be. Maybe like the slide connector or whatever it's called. Top Hat says, wait, a Mousey's Dev Day channel. Yeah, there's a thread in help and tutorials. Hey, Chalupa. Okay. I got a little bit sidetracked there. Does this still work? Yes, but right now the volume is too small because it was dragged over from a smaller lava pit. But that's fine, it works. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot that Mousey's got the little out of breath thing. Oh, that was a late addition. Okay, so we will need to scale this down because right now Mousey can't fit. Yeah, look, here's the issue with the physics-based stuff. If the player can balk this, it's a bad solution. Because yeah, like, that gets mega broken then. The apple is just a debug thing currently. Okay, so that seems like if we want to do this, it's gonna have to be not a physics-based thing. Oh wait. Wait. It wasn't getting like canted, it's because it's too tall. Right. I think that was what was happening. There we go. Obviously the lava effect still happens currently, but it's just in the center of the zone. Mr. O says, wait, Dom, what have the collisions on your character? There are collisions on the character. Yes, there are collisions on the character. It's just the cylinder in the center, and the reason for that was a solution with, you know, preventing players from going through the walls. Welcome back, Aiden. Kat in the help and tutorials channel for Mousey's Dev Days says, for the gravity, attach an invisible box that is solid to Mousey so he can't go through the ground. I believe the reason that we... So that is a great suggestion. However, I believe Mousey's physics get weird if we add even like one more box to Mousey. Arch says, do you think you could release an early alpha build of Mousey's Cheese Maze so we can test things out, such as the best way to add gravity to Mousey? Honestly, Arch, I think that's a really good idea because I think a lot of the time I've forgotten how components of this work, and when you make suggestions, I can't accurately tell you whether or not that will kind of work into the current system. So, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, I'm going to be sharing this on Sunday anyway. Arch says, I'm not going to leak it to IGN. Well, Arch, I've had it on good authority that you did leak the early Mega Man redesign. So you are on thin ice, Arch, but I'm going to trust you. Ooh. Voxy says, have a position sensor on the UFO that controls Mousey and check the Y position. Yes. Compare it with a number for the floor level, and as long as it's above that number, send a small negative input to the up-down input of the UFO. Voxy, that's a fantastic suggestion. Thank you very much for posting that. Let's do that. But first, I am going to... I am going to share this. But in order to share this, I'm going to call it... Well, first of all, I should position Mousey in a way that is accurate. A little more representative of the Mousey experience for everybody. Because I know that dragging Mousey around breaks some stuff, like the audio. There we go. Okay. There we go. Oops. Why do I always struggle so much with this keyboard? How do you tab across? How do I just, like, move the cursor along here? Do I have to put a space in and then backspace? That seems wild. That doesn't seem like the correct way of doing that. Hey, Sunshine! Okay. Alright. I'm leaking it. Everyone, I'm leaking it. I'm going to post this in the Mousey's Dev Days channel, the code for this. G008 1VP C5W. Now, I will say something. If you want to remix Mousey, please wait till it's finished. I can't wait to see all the Mousey remixes, but base it off of the final version for sure. Just use this for educational purposes only. Dom leaking Mouse's cheese base for a PR stunt. I have to bring up the positive buzz around Mousey. It's the only way I can do it. Disco says, imagine not having Dom's programmer ID memorized by heart already. Yeah, real Video Dojo fans have it memorized right next to their pin codes. Ginger says there's only like 30 node on left. Perhaps we're heading into the refinement phase on some of this stuff. I mean, there's definitely lots of leftover like chunks of code that don't do anything. So yeah, we'll figure that out if we need to. Yeah, so that little notice once more. If you're gonna remix Mousey, which I cannot wait to see, do it off of the final version, not off that pre-release build, because there'll be differences, right? Just use this for development purposes. Yeah, Sarcastic, that's probably the best way to go about it. So Sarcastic just asked, so can we use this for concepts in the Dev Days thread? Exactly, yeah. So if you want to try something out and then send the code to me, that would be a nice way of doing it. If you could best describe the steps in text, that would also make it incredibly helpful. Or use comment node-ons in-game. Okay. Let's... You know what I should probably do? I should probably make a section which is like stuff I should really delete, but I don't have the heart to delete right now. So that we know what we need to get rid of when the time comes. I'm gonna fix Mousey's syncing problem in a minute using Voxy's suggested method, I think. I'm also... I just tried to press shift on my keyboard to select multiple things. I'm also moving these lovely fellas down here for now. Disco says cough cough Hall of Legends. So I think I want to do like a... Okay, so definitely all of this game must be within this one code. I'm not doing game swap. I will absolutely not do game swap. So I think my solution for the Hall of Legends, it's going to be a little bit laborious, but I think I'm going to re-type out the names on a texture node and have it as a credit sequence. But I'm not shunting them to a different game, for sure. Everything in Mousey's part 1, if you want to call it that, will be contained here. Oh man, this Akka is really pretty node-on heavy. Alright, what I might do is actually just delete these bits for now because they didn't work. We'll keep the Akka head textures. Although they're pretty placeholder too. And that one's just solid black, so we don't need to copy that other one over. I'm gonna keep the Ori Bloop head. The body is just a cylinder. Again, it was very placeholder. Okay. Still not many node-on, but it's fine. Okay, let's do the position sensor fix for Mousey that Voxy suggested. I'm just going to write something down that I want to address after this, and I keep forgetting to do. So I'm going to make a note of this for myself. Oh no! Oh! Arch says, I just realized you released Long Mousey into the wild. Emergency recall. Okay, we need to put out a press release. We need all copies of the leaked pre-release version of Mousey to be destroyed. This is gonna mean you're gonna have to like smash your switches. Anybody that downloaded it will have to smash their switch. It's the only way. I'm sorry. Don't get in water if you need to. Anybody anybody that's already downloaded it, definitely turn off the switch immediately. Voxy in the chat says, what are we supposed to do with it? Is there anything that needs fixing? Right now, Voxy, I don't think so. I mean, it was really if people wanted to test ways of like streamlining certain functions. Yeah, testing if specific things break. A little bit of like a QA thing, I suppose. Ramona says when you just bought an OLED and now you have to smash it into pieces. Oh yeah, Long Mousey's been out in the wild for a while, I suppose, through the versions that exist in other creations. But this is the granddaddy. Okay, let's have a look at this suggestion. Have a position sensor on the UFO that controls Mousey. There's Mousey. Let's get a position sensor. Which are under... Do you remember... one of my memories of early GBG, like first day GBG, and I mean this has never not been a problem of mine, but I remember like sweating as I was like looking through every single one of these menus to try and find like where fancy objects were, or where angle to position was, or whatever. And I still never intuitively know where stuff is. So it would be a location sensor, right? I think it would, yes. Whoa! Nice. Okay. So we're going to attach that to Mousey, or Mousey's UFO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're also at like 1 away from max connections on that UFO, which is terrifying. And have the location sensor check the Y position. Okay, I was just checking those settings. It's been a while since I've used one of these. So the Y position is one of the outputs. Starts off at 0.40 by the looks of it. So we want to compare the number of the output here with a 0.40, I guess, input, like a constant. And then have a middle that is equal to I'm just reading through chat. Yeah, Ramona, I saw that there's another N64 game announced for Nintendo Switch Online, but it's not. There's no Master System stuff, Mega Drive stuff. A greater than. So if this is greater than this, send a small negative output to the up-down input on the UFO. Wait, so if top input, which is our constant, is greater than bottom input, which is our location sensor, then it will output a signal. So let's test that by just doing a button input on the Y. Oh wait, you can't do this on the programming screen, can you? Never mind. The Y position needs to be the first input, right? That makes sense. So then do we need to invert the output? or use a remap so you can adjust the value to make it fall slower. Hang on, I'm just catching up with helping tutorials. Okay, I'm going to flip over to the webcam again so I can work through this idea. I know that I may be kind of overstating this, but thank you as always for being patient while I figure these things out. I know basically everybody in chat can resolve the solution 10 times, 100 times faster than I can. So thank you for bearing with me while I figure out the solution. Because partly, especially when people very helpfully give me the solution, I still like to try to at least understand why it's doing what it's doing, right? So like, if Voxy... Yeah, so Voxy, if you were to send me a screenshot of this, which would be immensely helpful, I'll still kind of go through it piece by piece so I can figure out exactly how it works. So if we're looking along, I guess it would be along the z-axis, right? There's a UFO, which is actually Mousey. Oh look, because Mousey's piloting it. Oh, I wish this webcam was in focus. And there's an issue where we get Mousey ending up higher or lower than the intended position. And the location sensor is going to be tracking when Mousey goes off of that intended position, which happens to be point 40, right? Now we've attached our location sensor, and we have a comparison. The comparison is the point 40, so that's our reference point. So if the location sensor goes up or below, above or below point 40, then we need to do something. And that something will be to send an input to the up-down here to push it back into the correct position. See you, sunshine? So instead of inverting it, we actually just need something to trigger when this is not this. Is not greater than this. Wait, hang on. But don't we need an equals? Because it could be greater than or less than. Something could potentially... Couldn't something shunt Mousey lower as well? That's why the comparison is there. But the comparison is specifically a greater than. Disco says, yeah, sure, do both. But wouldn't a greater than and a less than just be an equals too? By the way, when I ask these questions, I'm asking not to be combative, of course, but to understand. Because my understanding would be that an equals to would be a equivalent of a greater than and a less than. Not really. Interesting. What the difference between... If you do an equals, you'd know if it's different, but you wouldn't know if it's too high or too low. Thank you, Voxy, for explaining it that way, because I would never have gotten there by myself, I don't think. So all you would know is that it is not what you want. It's not the point 40, but you wouldn't know the value with which it's out from that. Have one for greater than and one for less than, says Disco. Cool. All right. Thank you. I understand now why that would be necessary. Change this over to our less than, the location sensor. Let me switch over to the switch. So that's our greater than the location sensor value, and that's our less than the location sensor value. Voxy says, I assumed Mousey wouldn't go lower, so just went with that. Yeah, maybe Mousey wouldn't go lower, but I suppose let's cover our bases. Oh, Disco says, so here's a very large flaw that's it's most likely going to cause Mousey to constantly vibrate. Okay, well, let's see. So, it's going to go into the up-down, but we need it to be... We can't feed this straight in, can we? That wouldn't work. One more time, please. Okay, great. So that is constantly sending a value to Mousey. Is that because Mousey was no longer in the 0.40 position? You need to make the output from the greater than negative. Like so. That sent Mousey down to a baseline, I guess? I think there's a way to make Mousey go up by walking over this. Maybe it's... I mean, if it's fixed it, then... Try to think of a definitive way to test whether this is doing anything. Right, so that sent Mousey down because Mousey was no longer on the 0.40, but it's just kind of sending... It's just sending it down, like, a distance, not back to the constant of 40. Let me just check something real quick. Thing is, it should stop making Mousey move down if it's at or below 0.4. Yeah, that would have been my understanding, but it didn't. Unless there's something funky going on here. Is this going to send Mousey into the sky? Okay, that makes the vibration happen if you're sending both values. The greater than and the less than. This is what Disco is referring to, I think. Okay, Disco has sent a hefty message in help and tutorials, which I'm going to have a read through now to help me better understand this process. So Disco says, imagine this. Mousey starts at a height of y 0.40. Yes, understood. Mousey bumps into an apple and he gets pushed to y 0.45. Okay, so yeah, higher than his starting position. So we have our code subtract 0.1 or 0.001 while Mousey is greater than 40 on the y-axis. Got it? However, nodons can move at speeds even smaller than 0.001. So if we keep subtracting, we're going to end up with something like Mousey y equals 0.03999. So a much that's going to be a faster speed though, right? 0.39999. Like, we're limited because the smallest amount we can add or subtract is 0.001 as far as I know. Yeah, okay. So we only want to add or subtract if Mousey y is less than, or sorry, y minus 0.001 is greater than 4. Disco says, like, we can't be exact. I see. Right. Yeah. We don't have direct control over its coordinates. We're just giving it speed in a direction, says Voxy as a follow-up. I understand that, yeah. That makes sense. Sarcastic follows up by saying, I read that and felt silly for not understanding. Sarcastic, do not worry. I also do not understand it, but by the end of this process, we're going to learn. Sunshine, that's amazing. Yeah, I suppose Mousey's is not really the most original idea. Disco says, so basically we have to check if the difference between 0.4 and Mousey's height is greater than what we're subtracting. Okay, I'm going to read that again. We have to check if the difference between 0.4, the value of 0.4, and Mousey's height is greater than what we're subtracting. Yes, I understand that. So how do we know when to stop? Does the signal just stop once it's no longer greater than? Let's just get rid of this for now, this one, and focus on this. That way he doesn't go over or under 4. Yeah. Yes, I understand that. So what do you think? It must be that our teleport is not at 0.40. Look, it's at... It's at 140? Is that actually the value we want to be measuring? Let's put something in here to test this. The thing is, wait, where did we get the the 0.40 from? Because the Y position here is 3.2. Did I just completely get the wrong value? Oh yeah, I was gonna drop something in so I could test by just like making a little ramp. Okay, so that is working. It was my value that was completely wrong. I got 0.40 from somewhere that I'm not even sure where now. That rocks though. This is great. I mean it will fix the problem. Oh, 0.40 is the default position of the sensor, that's why. Interesting, Voxy. Oh, Mousey be stunting. Okay. So let's switch back to the webcam. First of all, a big thank you to Voxy and Disco and everyone else who made suggestions along that journey. So what have we figured out? That by attaching a sensor to the UFO and having a greater than comparison, we can detect when Mousey's position, let's just keep it 0.4 for this example. If Mousey's position goes greater than 0.4, then you send a negative input which pushes Mousey back down. Simple. Now, all we need to make sure is that none of our teleporters teleport Mousey at a... wait. How did we set the height that Mousey's even at? Arch says, I was testing a person node on Mousey. Interesting, Arch. That's really, really cool. Yeah, that was a line of thinking that I was considering this morning. But this seems to work better. Fantastic. That's good to know. That saves us time. Okay. I understand to some degree how that system worked. So Voxy says, yeah, right now it won't be able to account for when Mousey's below that number. Yes, that was my thinking. That's also good to know that that is the case. So let's try, just for completeness' sake, let's try doing this and see what happens to Mousey. That hasn't seemed to have negatively affected... Ooh. I spoke too soon. Oh, no. Maybe I doubly spoke too soon. There is a bit of a bounciness that I don't think was there when I was going over that surface before. What you just did was make Mousey go down if he's below floor level. Oh, yeah. Well, okay then. Oh, that's a laggy programming screen. I am seeing jitter. Look at that. That's fascinating. Yeah, so we've really introduced jitter. That's so funny. You can't really perceive it on Mousey, but you can see it on the shadow. The node on count Chalupa is very high currently. It is 483 out of 512. Okay, so what I guess all we need to make sure is that we never let Mousey go below floor level. So what is currently preventing Mousey from sinking into the ground? Foxy says, atoms vibrate, we're just being scientifically accurate. So let's get rid of that. That was good to know. That was a nice little bit of science. What here has... Wait, so this is solid. What happens if I turn off solid? Is it going to sink through the floor? No. But it can go through walls. Right, so what is it that's stopping it from sinking into the ground? Oh, UFOs just hold their position, don't they? Like, you can just set that here. Right. Got it. That's just how long it's been. Since I, like, actually did anything in GBG. This says it's whack, but also very convenient. Yeah, I suppose I don't hate that. Now I'm just gonna have to be very, very precise with my teleporter placement then, right? Boxy says, as long as you don't send an input to the up-down port, it'll stay there. Yes, except for that it will come out of a teleporter. Going through a teleporter and coming out of the other side will change its Y value, dependent on where the teleporter is positioned. Oh yes, yeah, you've just followed up by saying, but right now, if it ever gets teleported below floor level, Mousey will float back up. No, not anymore. Because I undid the less than. Okay, let's just go through and see. Top Hat says, Dom, you might need a game swap node on. I will not use a game swap node on. Disco says, Dom, you're going down a precision rabbit hole. I don't want to learn how to work around the person node on and the UFO node on, so I switched to only using sliders I could precisely control, but it's not worth it. Yeah, Disco, I cannot afford to get too precise for many reasons. Voxy says, though, that means if it gets teleported below floor level, the gravity will stop working. Yeah, which that's why I was saying I need to just be very precise with my teleporters now. And that means we won't need to implement the less than, as long as I'm good with my teleporters. Zaylin asks, will you make a Mousey sequel? Let's get Mousey 1 finished first before we discuss that. Man, I want to do like a whole stunt section with Mousey now. Now that Mousey can do that. Okay, so I felt a little bump as I came through that, which means that teleport is too high, I presume. I'll remove this sensor in a minute. The Mousey's eyes are still bugged here. Voxy says, though you could bypass the comparison entirely if Mousey is solid and just have it constantly drag you downwards. That's a really good point. Choma skateboards influences their appearance as art. But then it wouldn't work in the section with no floor. Is there a section with no floor? Yeah, yeah. I'd like the ability to have things without collision. So let's keep it like this. This is working. Sarcastic says, I love the music, or like the music distortion that comes from the poisonous cheese. Me too, Sarcastic. It's such a good touch. I believe that was part of the status effect that the Arch centers. Yeah, this is a nice sweet balance. I think so too, Disco. I think we've got a great new little thing here for Mousey. Prevents us from flying up over the stage. And it's not too node on heavy. All right, let's get rid of this because the testing has worked. Let me look at the y-axis here, the y value on this exit. Yeah, look, so we're already out. So we need them all to be the same as the UFO. Is that correct? Which is... Wait, 320? Is that correct? Yeah, 320. All right. So teleporter. 320. And same again here. Interesting that they're all 330. Was Mousey at 330 at one point and I just didn't change it? Foxy says, we need a sequel to Mousey's Cheese Maze. Mousey's Cheese Maze 3D. It's just the same game, but the camera can spin freely. Let's do it on the last one here. And then just check that that works. I suppose I should also... Oh, I guess actually... If this is going to happen here, we don't need this D teleporter, but it's okay. We'll just leave it in for testing for now. Alright, let's have a little run through. Oh, let's turn off that sensor because I know it'll bug people. I ate the cheese. Okay. Everything seems to be good. The teleport thing is not an issue. We'll fix that in a minute. Okay. Fantastic. So, let's return back to this. First of all, it's too big. Way too big. I think what we might want to try is... Why is there two objects? One invisible. That second object. these are rhetorical questions. Right. So I feel like I have to remind myself of what this stuff is every single time. That one without anything... Wait, it's just straight up a duplicate. Okay. We don't need that then. This is just a little block out to see whether this still works as I intend it to. Wait, is the block too wedged? Is it too wedged in? It is, look! Look at it struggling! Man, that's rough because I want to sandwich it so you can't mess it up. Yeah, Jazz new jam starts tomorrow. I will definitely be taking part. Is the apple too heavy? Is that what's happening? What is going on here? The apple was totally so heavy. Voxy says, do you want to lock it in a single direction, Dom? I don't know, Voxy. Part of me does like the fact that it's just free to move. Just from like a... kind of an aesthetic, but kind of a gameplay feel vibe. But maybe if it was on a slider, it did just move in one direction, that would be okay. I'm going to do a little bit of an experiment here. I didn't realize the size of the fancy node on changed the effect of the power so significantly. Oh, let's turn off that teleporter for a second because I want to see what happens when we go over this ramp here. We do get pushed back down. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's close enough to the size that I think players will feel comfortable going over it. Ah, maybe add a ramp before the... Yeah, but if I add a ramp, then players will probably just want to jump over it. Which honestly might not be a terrible idea. But let's continue on this line of thought for now. So this teleporter... The apple is a hazard. Apple is a hazard? Uh, you're asking that because I die when I touch it? No, it's because I've got the teleport volume that isn't deactivated once the block falls into place, which is what I want to do, or I need to do now. So right now, regardless of whether or not the platform is in position, Mousey will get teleported by the lava. So what I need to do is the logic that will deactivate the lava once the apple is in position. So we're going to need a knot, I presume. And we need to change the... Do we need to duplicate this touch sensor, or can we change it to include the apple? It can detect multiple things, right? So, but we don't want that logic there. So we're going to need another one connected to that same port. Yep. Which is a touch sensor for an apple. But not a UFO. So when the... Oh, hang on, wait. What are we going to need to track here? We're going to need to track the UFO, and we're going to need to track the apple. So we're going to need a comparison, right? When the UFO is detected but the apple is not detected, enable the sensor. When the UFO and the apple are detected, disable the sensor. Disco says, why are they so generous with the texture but so stingy with text? I always kind of thought it was some kind of performance thing. I don't know why. That doesn't make sense. But that was always my thinking. Like, it could only be a performance thing. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Okay, let's get this. And... if UFO and not apple, then this. I think that's it. Huh? Wait, did I have that backwards? Oh, wait. If UFO... Foxy says, UFO and not apple do the failure sequence. Yeah. I mean, I know that it's not going to work. This stuff's going to be broken right now, but... play a sound when the apple sensor is activated. Good idea. Just for testing purposes. Could be one with a constant. Okay, that'll do. Oh, we heard it for a second there. Triggering... Triggering early. Why is that? Oh, look. It's not to do this, is it? Maybe the touch sensor is set to on touch instead of while touched. It totally is. Voxy, thank you. There we go. So the playing of the sound and stuff is fine. We can fix that in a second. Very nice. Listen to that musical apple. Hey, Horrorflix. So these just need to come to here, don't they? Oh no! Yeah, this is the problem with the physics though. Imagine if you were doing a perfect Mousey speedrun and then this happened, you'd not be happy. Voxy says, because right now it's so big, even if the platform isn't fully on the lava, it will still think it's disabled, referring to the touch sensor. Here. Do a little test. Yeah. Yeah. So really we want the touch sensor to just be size of the apple, right? Probably the height to be far more the height of the object. Whoops. Let's test that. A random cube says maybe put the box on a slider so it can go straight. Random cube, that is a really good suggestion, and definitely a oh, both Caden and a random cube suggest that. It's a wise choice, but right now I'm being a little bit stubborn because I would like it to be physics based if we can make it work. John also suggested it. It might be that we have to do that, but I like the idea of it being physics driven. Hey, Beggar Bojo. That looked much more like what we want. Could be even smaller. Hey, Leaf. Good to see you. Oh. Right. Okay, so Foxy again, coming in clutch here, says you can still make it physics based. Just have a free slider and in its settings turn off the Z axis but keep the X and the Y turned off. It'll still be a free to move along those axes, so physics will still affect them. Yeah, but it will be yes, yeah. I guess what I mean is it will feel more locked off, which it is. Whereas if there is a sense of it being physics driven, but maybe we're making such a tight run for it that essentially we may as well just lock it off. Let's see. Leaf asks, what are you working on currently? Movable platforms that allow Mousey to traverse through the maze. Yeah, I mean, I've effectively done a rail by using these walls anyway. Before I forget, let me do a little... That's what we use for the congratulations sound, isn't it? Oh wow, it's both of those. Okay, whatever. If I extend these out... Friction from the blocks alone may cause issues. Yeah. They very much may. I guess part of me is thinking that if I can make this work without that, there's also the less of a node on count associated with it. Did you know about the Toy-Con garage? Yes, I did, Kaden. It'd only be 2 node on. Okay. Let me do a little bit of testing here. I suppose the exhaustion on the inhale makes it hard for you to do anything seriously messed up now with those extended blocks. Like if I just keep inhaling... Oh, spoke too soon. Yeah, so because the apple is centered, it wants to pivot as well. Oh, it's super easy to make it pivot, yeah. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, Voxy, I believe I understand fully how the slide connectors would be beneficial. I was just being a bit stubborn. Pair of chucks to keep it from going too far left, says John. Also, yeah, also wise. Like a little set of feet either side. Let's just do the slide connectors. Let's just do it. I'll stop being a baby about it. Oh man, I completely forget how these work. So we want it so that the what do we want? We want the X to be used still. Is that correct? See you, cat. Oh, really? Oh, it says, I don't think the mouse hole lock with the cheese count is in the budget. It's at the very least 4 extra node on per door. 14 extra node on per door. So we'd run out even before we get to the next door. All right, let's do this, and then I'm going to do a serious clear up. Z is still used. Really? Okay, I will trust you. Sorry, I feel bad asking really every time. Because from that perspective, Z is up, down, and we don't want it moving that way. Yes. Yeah. So we're looking from the top view, and the slide would be this way. Ooh, Disco, that's a nice illustration. I do like that solution. So Disco just posted 2 little blocks catching the block that we drop into place. I'll just do it quickly because it's an easy one to implement. Essentially this. Honestly, I think I like it. I still feel like this, to me, being able to do this feels quite nice, I guess. Which I know that you'd still be able to get the forward and the backwards movement on the slide. I don't know. I'm being so weird with this, I don't know. Let me just see if I can extend the width of this slightly, or whether the friction there causes too much. Too much weirdness. So at that point, like if it's gonna get like that, then the slide is really the sensible solution. Oh, that feels good though. Same number as nodons as the slider. Let me have a look. If I drop the height of these, maybe they'll be slightly less oppressively tall. I don't hate it. I guess I don't feel strongly about it either way currently. Disco says it'll look good once it's textured. Yeah. Oh, look though. Why now? Why suddenly? I must have wedged it. So this is the friction that Voxy was talking about before. Which I suppose a fix for that would be that the physical model is slightly smaller than the visual model. But I'm making lots of excuses for not using the slider again. You know what? Whatever. Let's leave it like that for now. I need to do some fixes or some reduction on the nodon count. Oh, Applied says make walls slippery. Applied, I like that suggestion. Let's just give it a go. Is it gonna mess up? Is it gonna mess up some other stuff? Let's see. Okay. No, it doesn't seem to affect anything. Mousey doesn't get affected by them. I mean, it's rare. It's rare that it gets stuck now. Cool. Cool. This needs to be even smaller. Thanks, folks. That works nicely. Alright, we are going to have to go through what may be a slightly painful process here. Everybody, say your goodbyes to flat-shaded Meowsy and Mousey. Time for them to go. Sorry, folks. But don't worry. We got shaded Mousey and Meowsy over here. So it's all good. So what's... Oh, that's the thumbnail, isn't it? What is this damage effect that's not connected to anything? Get out of here. Pause. Pause, you're gone. All of this stuff's sadly gone for now, but it will be back in another form. Beta bridge, get out of here. Is there anything unused elsewhere? Does the vibrate function even work? What is that attached to? Oh yeah, hang on. Yeah, it totally does. The right Joy-Con vibrates when you inhale. It's just Thanos snapped a bunch of artwork. I think there's like old... I think there's old code up here somewhere. It's not connected to anything, or maybe I already deleted it. Which if I did is concerning because we're not going to have much that we can strip out. What's this? That's old news. That's what it is. Get out of here. Ooh. Plied says, I love the vibration. I wish it vibrated on non-Joy-Con controllers as well. Does it not? Is there a way to fix that? Because I would love that too. I don't have a way of testing that, sadly. See you, Random Cube. Alright, what is this? This is one of the teleport... Hang on. There's 2 vibration nodons here. With the block break? Is that true? Does that function even? Oh yeah, it makes a little tone. I forgot about that. Okay, we're definitely not deleting that. I don't know whether folks at home remember that, especially if you've not tried it out. Okay, I'm gonna hold my Joy-Con right next to the mic to see if it picks it up. Did you hear that? We're definitely not getting rid of that. For sure. Disco says, you just buzzed your lips on the mic. No. It's my fantastically functioning thing. Should we get rid of... Should we get rid of the lava cheese? For those that don't know, the lava cheese is this. Everyone in chat is saying no. It has no function. And only one of the cheese does it. Like, if I push this one in, this one doesn't do it. I would keep lava cheese if that solution worked for every single cheese. Ginger says it's the detail that counts. I agree, but it's the lack of detail that is bugging me. Wait, why did that one smoke effect? Oh, right. Oh, right. Wait, so this could work on every single one. Disco says, make it work for all cheese then. Well, maybe I will, Disco. Oh, hang on. Wait, I don't remember how I made that work. Each cheese will need its own texture. Man, really? Of course, because it's a knot, isn't it? If you attach the same texture, it will change the texture for all the cheese blocks so they'll all look smoldered. Need its own separate burn texture. Zaylin says, do you have any tips for drawing in GBG? I find using the mouse to be the best solution for drawing in GBG. I also have a two-handed setup when I'm drawing in GBG. I use the left Joy-Con to move the canvas around, and I use my mouse to actually draw the pixels on. That allows drawing straight lines easier, for example. Disco didn't know about that Easter egg. That's so cool. I don't want to get rid of it. Maybe have it so you can't put other cheese blocks in it. All right, well, let's not make that decision right now. I suppose something I could do is not have a separate texture node on for all these tunnel entrances. I don't even know why I did do that in the first place, honestly. Is it to do with something to do with orientation? I guess it was to do, I don't know, maybe I just wasn't thinking. I had so much room in my node-ons that I probably wasn't thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is there another one here? Okay, so that doesn't break anything. That will save us another one. No! I attached it to the wrong thing, didn't I? Ah, there's 2 there because I didn't want that on the X. But these ones do need to be on the X. Okay, fair enough. Why is there a duplicate bridge sprite for horizontal and vertical? Rotate the bridge box instead of having different textures for vertical and horizontal. What a great suggestion. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. So check that works. Wait, what is ZL plus L gang? I'm seeing Plied mention it too. What is that referring to? That seems to work without any detrimental effect. Oh, it's the undo shortcut in GBG. Interesting, okay. Wait, is it the shortcut? Is it L plus L? I guess I don't have that turned on. No, I don't think I have that turned on. Oh, you know what it might be? Because I've got the mouse plugged in, and the mouse uses, like, key 3 and 4 as undo and redo. Is that deactivating it? Dallas says, okay, if you're removing node on, why is poison cheese here? You can move it to another level. Well, moving poison cheese to another level won't actually free up any more node on space. And it's fine here. At the moment. It will be moved, but... Okay. I think I need to come to terms with the fact that these padlocks are super node on heavy. Now, without completely removing the system, perhaps one way we could streamline it is by just having 2 states. One that shows the padlock locked with a cheese icon, and the second, which is the open padlock. Another way we could do it potentially is by having 2 sprites and using a text node on for the digit. But I don't, how many text node on can you have? Is it 8? As long as we have less than 8 levels, that will be fine. I think I like the idea of just having the two textures though. A number node on. Yes. Mouse disables D-pad. That's weird because I love the straight lines. I don't think it does. Does it? Oh, weird. I guess it does. Takes me back. I haven't gotten rid of the lava cheese. Whoops. Just 1 second, chat, sorry. One moment, I accidentally blocked somebody on the chat that I didn't mean to. Movies, apologies. One moment, please. I'm just having to go into the moderation settings and undo that. There we go, it's fixed it. Sorry, movies. Okay, I'm just reading back through chat because I missed a bunch there when I was fixing that. Again, apologies, movies. It looked fine. Keep the padlock with the cheese icon and just have the digits. Yes, yeah, that was one of my thoughts, Voxy. Number block might work. You'll still save on all the frames for each digit. Yeah. Streamer caught bullying viewer live on stream. Dom also has duplicate orange block textures, but he might need 2 to texture the last room. I think... Disco, am I right in saying... Oh man, I've got so many here. Yeah, we can definitely streamline many of these. Many of these. How about deleting wormholes and textures? Just not mess with the movement code anymore. Random generator codes. I don't know. I'll just basically keep going until I'm too tired tonight. Dallas just pointed out that there is a timer node on not connected to anything. Thank you very much, Dallas. Okay, we have cut back on some node on here. Let's have a look. I'm going to duplicate this whole block for now and use this as a little test block for the two texture option. Ooh, we have a message from Bori in the help and tutorials Mousey's Dev Days thread on the Discord. Bori says, Dom, you don't really have to duplicate all the door progression logic for each door. One logic is enough with some minor changes, and the marker nodon will control the total cheese pieces. This will save 5 sprite nodons per door plus sounds, etc. Wow, okay. Bori, thank you very much for that. That is a big bit of news. What I'm going to do is maybe do a little test here of what it looks like with the number node on. Because if it looks okay, then we can still do that and what you've suggested, which will be not duplicating the entire logic every time. And if I like how this looks, then it's a win-win, I suppose. This is a duplicate, everyone, so don't worry. It's not the original. We're not losing anything by doing this. Fantastic, Bori. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's attach this to a block, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to even see what's going on. Where's Mousey hanging out right now? Mousey back at home base? Mousey's near the bridge. Okay. Just move Mousey up here. And this up here. Along with this. Do all our testing up here. Foxy says, I just realized this isn't a Dom finishes Mousey's Cheese Maze stream. It's a we finish Mousey's Cheese Maze for Dom stream. Foxy, I'll be honest, it's been that since like the second time. It's been like that since the second time I tried to do anything in the programming section of GBG. Yeah. Oh, Plied, that is really interesting. I didn't know that. Wait, is the arrow just not working on this bit just because I didn't connect it? Wild, okay. Hey, Supersonic. Okay, let's do a little test here. The numbers will be all messed up, but I just want to see how that actually attaches right now. Ah, yes. It's all messed up. Okay. I need to... Is the best way to do this to... First of all, do the center-center connection point. And then rotate it. Comes out on the X minus. Wakadoshi says, is there a texture more on limit? And then corrects themselves by saying node on. Yes, there is. If there was a texture more on limit, then I'd be in breach of that immediately, I'm sure. Wrong way. How am I going to offset this by a tiny bit? Oh, I guess if it was really narrow. And then, yeah, the other way around. This, right? No, wait. Excuse me? Set the number box to invisible and attach the lock texture to it. Foxy says use a slide connector. Slide connectors fix everything. They fixed my marriage. Hey, that worked. Although now it's dead centered, so I'm still going to have to use a slide connector to move it over to the right. Whoa, look who it is. We've got Dawson in the chat. A very long time since we've seen Dawson. Welcome, Dawson. Dawson forgot that GBG existed. Dang. There is absolutely no way of me shifting this without using a slide connector, is there? So in the help and tutorials thread, Chalupa asks, would we have to sacrifice long mousey for the sake of node on count? I will never sacrifice long mousey. Disco says, attach the lock texture to the number box node on. Ah. This will make the number show up on the texture. Let's give it a go. Although I had a nice angle on the object that might be difficult to replicate here. I don't mean like literally lining up the angle. I mean, will the effect be the same? Okay, well, let's just do that for the moment. Doesn't matter if it's not exactly the same for now. Also, it's still going to be centered, right? That solution... Not much of a solution. Because it was the offset that was the issue. Roxy says, I think Dallas has a point. Unless the lock has to move, you can just place the number object manually instead of messing with the connections and sliders. Cool. Thanks, Voxy, for passing that on. And thanks to Dallas for the suggestion. Let's just do that then. So we're just going to get rid of that connection, drop it in its position, and go from there. See what this rotation is. -10. And then, yeah, let's try that. Got physics. Let's go white. Oh wait, no, it's a text color we need to change. Okay, let's try that. Am I changing the wrong thing there? Oh, you needed an empty texture to it. Right, yeah. Forgot about that, thank you. Are we going to end up spending just as many... Oh, I disconnected this. We're going to spend up using just as many node on this? You need to leave this visible. No. Oh, it's just behind. Okay. Need to nudge it ever so slightly. Yeah, I think this is the way to go then, I guess. So to catch everybody up, because I can see a couple of people asking what we're doing currently. We're trying to streamline our padlock door progression system. Because it currently uses a lot of node on. I think it's 18 node on per padlock, which is pretty wild. Now we can lessen this by, instead of having 5 different sprites, we can streamline that down to 2, and that will also streamline the logic, I think, because we just need to switch to another one after a certain number of blocks of cheese are collected. Dallas says change it to red, which is a good suggestion. That's how we had it before, isn't it? By the way, if I miss anything in chat, feel free to repost, because it was very helpful that Voxy reposted what Dallas had suggested. I will definitely miss stuff while I'm doing this. You don't need to worry about the fact it says -1 currently. To do the offset again. The offset might... Oh, you can't tell, can you? You really can't tell. Plied says, Mousey has a heart of gold. I mean cheese. This is correct. Disco says, honestly, okay, I'm kind of liking it now. How many node on does it save? I don't know, especially if we can implement Bori's logic. Logic saving one. So let's continue working on streamlining this setup while Bori is teaching us how we can streamline everything else. You can just enter a number by hand if you want. That's true for this little test. Instead of connecting it to something. Hey, Gumby. We've made pretty decent progress, honestly. Some really necessary things like making sure that Mousey always stays at the correct level. And a little puzzle here. Oh, I could enter a number for the position. Right, right, yeah, totally. Lucian says, repost just the helpful stuff or the bad jokes like the one where we were saying long mousy duplicates when exposed to water will be like gremlins. I meant the helpful ones, but I'm glad that you did repost that, Lucian, because I didn't see that, and that's very funny. See you, Leaf. Note on count. Pretty up there. That's why we're currently doing everything we can to save node on. Save node on, not to be confused with Dave node on. Is this cheaper than doing a and a not solution? I suppose 3 node on's pretty light, isn't it? Okay. What am I doing now? I guess to figure out whether this is going to work. Where is that number coming from? That number's coming from this value. Why is it showing -1? Ah. Oh man, is this going to break all the padlocks? Like the maths on the padlocks by doing this? Because that's not the number we want. We just want the count, don't we? That's what it is. Sometimes I have to just sort of ramble to myself on this to make it make sense in my head. There we go. There we go. Wait, no. That's just going to count up. That's not at all what we need. Oh man, this might not actually save node on, right? Because we're going to have to put in a we're going to have to put in a map or something. Because before we were counting up through the textures, which were disconnected from the actual count of the cheese. You need to subtract. And Chalupa says, why is game dev so stressful? Top Hat says in the helping tutorial thread, Dom, could you make an animation for when Mousey sucks and dashes? We have that. Oh, you mean while doing both at the same time? Unlikely we'll have room for that. Boxy says we done goofed up. I mean, this is why we duplicated it, right? Because it doesn't matter. We did a little test. I actually like how the number looks on there. It's just whether or not... It's going to literally be a case of doing the other version, counting how many node on it takes, and then seeing if it's more efficient than the other way. Can we do breaking boxes countdown and have a starting number of 5? Asked Chalupa. Yes. Yes, we could. But maybe the smarter solution is having, as Arch suggested earlier, a global cheese counter that we wormhole into each of the padlocks which would require us to know the total cheese count, which I think is currently 11, and deduct from that. Global cheese counter, that's right, Chalupa. This guy says, wait, what are we trying to save nodons for? What's planned after the vacuum ramp? Well, we haven't gotten that far. We're making room so we can plan what comes next. We're implementing a GCC. Chat, I gotta go get a drink. I'll ruminate over this while I go and grab myself a glass of water. Back in just a minute. Actually, I don't want to leave you in silence. Hang on. Hang on. I mean, this will almost certainly take longer than it would have taken me to just go and get a drink, but I don't want to leave you in just dead silence. There we go. Right, back in a sec. Hey chat, I'm back. Look at this. It's Friday night, so I got crazy. Are you ready? Number one. Got myself an orange squash, as we'd call it, an orange cordial. And secondly, got myself a little easy peeler. Orange. I guess orange in dedication to the color of Mousey's cheese maze. Oh, that's my full desktop. That's the switch. Alright. I'm gonna eat this orange. Orange reveal, that's right. let me have a look at this while I'm eating my orange and have a little think. Foxy says it's a bit small for an orange. I guess it's a tangerine, really? Yes, yeah, a tangerine. Yeah, I'll peel it close to the mic so everyone can hear. Hey, Coman Ahmed. We're just peeling an orange at the moment. Disco asks, Dom, do you peel oranges with your fingers or your teeth? Disco? The fact that you have to ask is concerning. Of course I peel oranges with my feet. No, I peel oranges with my fingers. With my teeth. Sunshine says, I got in my eyes. Voxy asking the real question, who eats oranges with unpeeled? Yeah, leave the peel on. Random generator code says you use Streamlabs ODS. Unfortunately, I currently do use Streamlabs OBS. I was made aware recently that their business practices are pretty gross, it seems, in relation to like utilizing OBS's stuff. I would like to migrate entirely back over to just OBS standard, but I haven't gone through the process of migrating my scenes. Caden says, Dom, did you hear that? I'm not sure. What is that? Oh, fantastic. Voxy, if you could link me to that, that would be really good, because I would just like to get off Streamlabs as soon as possible. Oh, a texture node on just laughed. Yeah, the node on always laughing at us. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out though, Random. And yeah, I learned about it last week and haven't had time so far to look into the migration. I'm just gonna have a read through the help and tutorials channel. See what people have been talking about since I went. Got just half the orange left, so it won't be too long. Voxy says you could shave a couple of extra node on by replacing the marker and 2 bullseyes with a knot. That's what I suspected. That's good to hear that that's the case. And set up the map properly, yeah. Dallas says, so the counter for the lock, make it a starting value be 5, make it loop from 0 to 5, make it count down when things break, unless the other levels have more than 5. If there's going to be a global cheese counter, this is Voxy, then it shouldn't be a counter. Instead, he should subtract a number by the global cheese counter. Yes. Okay, cool. I think we're there. I'm gonna eat this orange, and I think it's go time for this. Cheers, Voxy. Thank you very much for that link. All right, Bori's typing something too, which will probably be a very useful factor in getting this global cheese counter set up. Try and find something mildly amusing to put on screen while I finish eating this orange. It's taking me a lot longer than I anticipated. Look at this handsome Meowsy. International Cheese Counter. Sounds like the name of a the world's biggest deli ever. I forgot. I forgot how good the handsome Mousey is here. Okay, I'm all done. I can feel the orange, both the orange squash and the orange, like the for real orange, going to my brain and replenishing my brain juices. This is science, by the way. My brain is now like pulsating with the power of pure orange juice. And I'm ready. I'm ready to do this. And it's perfect timing because Bori has sent a message here with a screenshot. This is Bori speaking. Basically, you are controlling how many cheese pieces are broken using the destroy node on detection to a counter and a map node on. Okay. The counter will be starting on 0 and the count range 0 to total pieces, but it doesn't matter too much. The map should be input 0 minus total pieces and output 0 to 1. Oh, sorry, 0 to total pieces and output 0 to 1. The marker display should be long as the cheese pieces for easy control, and then 1 bullseye per cheese piece. I'm going to have a look at the screenshot. The only thing you have to control is set a touch sensor or something to increase the counter when pressing to a next level to reset the sprite. Right. Oh, so this wouldn't be a global cheese counter. This would be a resetting counter for each level. Yeah. Yeah. So there will still there'll still technically be a global cheese count. Okay. So all that would need to be Sorry, chat. I'm just processing all of this, weighing up my options. So I'm following completely until we get to the bit about the map. So let me just check it. Bullseye, what they do is when the value is 6, will show the sprite with 5. In the example, the bullseye from the left to the right are connected to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Okay. Right. I'm understanding, and I'm going to go with this. As in what Bori has just suggested. So, let's leave this here for 1 second. The text option. And let's duplicate this again. And take it up here as a comparison. Alright, and I'm looking at Bori's picture and I'm going to try and duplicate this as much as possible. To begin with. So So that's all the same, just in a slightly different layout. Yep, okay. Sorry, for clarity, what I'm doing right now is just reading through and making sure I actually understand this. The counter will be starting at 0. Okay, hang on. Wait a sec. I want to just try something. I just want to try something. Go to webcam. So let's imagine for a moment that I've finished the levels, right? All the levels for Mousey's Cheese Maze are done, and all of the cheese is placed in the stage. And we end up with 25 pieces of cheese. That's the magic number in this example. So from the start to the finish, you will need to consume 25 pieces of cheese to finish the game. So if in game the start condition of the game, we have a counter that starts at 25, and every time we break a piece of cheese, we deduct from that 25. It says watching the gears in Dom's head turn in real time. They're moving. They're slow, but they're moving. And just for a moment to explain why I'm doing this, Bori's solution seems really intelligent, but like I said a little bit earlier, I feel most comfortable if I'm understanding what I'm doing and why, and that takes me some time. So bear with me, please. So I drew a 25. So let's go back to the Switch and place a counter with a starting value of 25. And then let's do an object break. Let's count down. Arch says, what pen is that? It is a very cheap and very janky pen, which you can tell is really high quality and good because the little pocket holder snapped off here. How you know it's good. Completely unbranded. Slim, streamlined, very aerodynamic. Great for throwing at great force at the ceiling, so it sticks into the ceiling tiles. I'd give it a 5 out of 10. All right, back to the Switch. Okay, so every time we break one, we count down. Easy. So what next? We need to output that to so object break. We need to take this value, which is tied to the object breaks, And we need to... I had this earlier. What is it? So we're going to have the number... We're going to have the number object. And the number object will display the number of cheese in that section. So let's say level 1 has 5 cheese. So the global number counter is not really very, or the global cheese counter is not very helpful, right? Because you're going to have to do some kind of weird conversion to get to this anyway. I feel like I totally had the solution before I went for the drink for that method of doing it. Comparison. Just reading back through chat. I'm definitely not going to use a game swap random. For sure. Bori has updated their message saying maybe it's not easy to see in the captures. Hey Dallas, please do not spam the help and tutorial channel. The reason that the help and tutorial channel is there is that it's easier to keep track of information than it is on the YouTube chat. Maybe it's not easy to see in the picture. You can connect all padlock objects to the same texture node-ons for 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Yep. And the 5th texture node-on will be connected to the padlock box 1. And the 5th texture node-on will be connected to the padlock box 1. Right. Yeah, I see, Bori. I feel like if we used the number node-ons, the number node-on for each set of padlocks, it would be more node-on efficient than that solution there, though. I might be wrong, but I feel like it would be, because it would only require 1 number node-on and 2 padlock sprites per doorway. But we would still need to figure out the logic to make that work. This might be an unnecessary detour, but I just want to work through it. Top Hat has asked, when you enter the Mario Kart contest, did they contact you? No. I'd recommend joining the Discord, though, if you're uncertain about anything. I don't organize the Mario Kart tournament. So if you've got any questions, they do have like an FAQ, but the folks on that server are very, very friendly. So you could always just ask a question there, and I'm sure they'd be happy to talk you through it if you're uncertain about anything. Disco says, I'm interested to see after Dom releases the final game if Bori could optimize it further. Certainly. If people that know what they're doing with this game got their hands on this, they would definitely... They didn't have to go through me first. They would definitely have a more optimized version. Okay. Alright, I'm going to focus for a second. So we're going to need some kind of comparison. And we got the 2 padlocks, right? Open and closed. Plus 1 number counter. Let's just put that at 5 for now. Number node on. So the visual aspect is 3 node on. Yeah, and then it would just be a map, wouldn't it? It would be a map and a counter. Oh, but at that point you don't need this you wouldn't need this global one. And we could replace the bullseye with an and a not. So like after this and into this, however that setup is. This would be cheaper. I think this would be cheaper, right? Bori, thanks so much. That drawing is super, super useful. Reading back through chat. One counter for each section, perhaps, and connect the object break to all of them. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I also understand that, Bori. So Bori says independently that if you use five sprites or not, is to repeat the marker node on. So yeah, we don't need to repeat that whole section. That was kind of the original reason why we started adjusting this, because Bori was correct in saying that we didn't need to repeat all of those textures, which was using up a lot of space, which this solution definitely solves. Bori's solution definitely solves. And that map controls the total pieces in the game. Right, right. That was the bit that I was missing from your solution. And you can use the exit of the bullseye to show the textures or whatever you want. See your random generator codes? Sunshine says, I'm pretty young and I know more than you about this game. That's excellent, Sunshine. I mean, that's fantastic. I think that's probably true of most people younger than me. I think the access that like school-age children have to looking at the workings of computer logic and programming and things like that was something that was not really as much on the cards when I was young. And it's fantastic to see people completely outpacing me with this stuff. But also, I've just never had like a maths brain, for sure. Okay, so let's stick with the texture option. Let's stick with the texture option. We'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. And grab this. Start a bit fresh. Chalupa says, I can make detailed offices in GBG, just don't ask me to code. Everyone is going to have their strongest suits. And I feel like, Chalupa, you and me are probably sort of in the same ballpark in what we most enjoy doing in GBG. Dallas says, ugh, 1 hour of that gone down the drain. That's the thing though, Dallas, with making games, it can be a little bit like 1 step forward, 2 step back with stuff. I guess that's the danger as well of me doing this live, but I wouldn't want to make this off camera. All right, I'm going to look back at Bori's original image. I'm going to try my best to replicate this. A test version of this. So first of all, we need to connect all of these to our 2 padlock examples. I'm just going to swap over so I can see chat again. Cat asks, what's the node on count at? 493. Plied, I love when people can make MIDI tracks. Such a unique musical creation process, excuse me. Looking at this original image, where is the padlock click connected? Kick, sorry. It's just connected up to both as usual. Okay. Okay, so there we have both of our objects connected to the same thing. So it's going to be about doing the map now, isn't it? Arch says, can we get some Mario Artist OST? That's a perfect idea, Arch. I'm going to get on that right now. How's the volume on that? Just reading back through chat. I feel like chat is speeding by. Disco says, see, this is the problem. Dom promised us 3 whole days of Mousey's dev. Now he has to stretch this out for another 69 hours. Julius says, I love how we're shaving Nodon but can afford to keep copying the most Nodon having part over and over again. Yeah, I suppose that's like a make Nodon to save Nodon situation. We're going to have to create a few more while we're doing this testing, but hopefully in the long run it will be beneficial. I'm glad you're enjoying to watch it live, Lucian, and yeah, hopefully there will be... oh no, ads! There will hopefully be more lightbulb moments than getting stuck moments. Okay, alright, I'm all caught up. Let's keep going on this. So Boris says, the counter will be starting on 0. And the count range to total pieces. So that will be whatever number of cheese we have. So let's put 25 for now. But this is just a made up number for the moment. The map should be input 0 to total pieces. So again, we'll put 25 here for the time being, but this is flexible. And the map output will be 0 to 1. So that's the increment that it counts up by. Hey, GD Door. And then we have this as long as the number of pieces. Hey, Mr. O, welcome back. You've basically missed me umming and erring over this one very specific part for about an hour. So the bullseyes represent all 25 pieces. So we need to do 25 bullseye. Let me just do a quick input test so I can see what the jumps are like. Oh, hang on, I need that to be on press. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Can I get exactly 25 of these little squares? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Great. Okay. And we just repeat these for every lock that is in the game.
I write a lot of essays for school.
Oh, why are there ads on this now? Okay, and then these go back into 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oops. Okay, let's test this out. Disco says, oh, it's been a long while since I've heard Dom's theme song just kick in like that. Such a good song. Oh, what's Mousey doing over there? Okay. So let's drop all 3 of these into the first area and see whether this is counting properly. Or the second area, it doesn't matter. These are both These are both counting down currently. Did I mess something up with the connections? Boris says, no, that's normal. Right, but it's not going to matter because... Oh, weird. Look, my counting gets offset here. That's weird. Did I miscount this? Why is that getting offset like that? Eight, 9. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Without Squarespace, I wouldn't have an online brand.
This playlist never used to have ads on it. By increasing the map input by 1. Is that going to break everything? Okay, hang on. I need to pause that for a sec. Roxy says get ad block. No. I might get whatever the YouTube thing is called. Right, hang on. I need to even... I need to think whether this is what I want to do. I understand that it's fine for them both to be the same because they're never going to appear in the same stage, right? I'll put the music back on very shortly. I just need to focus for a minute. So this one is like stage 1's counter. So let's put this in over here. And let's put this one in over here for the time being. Clyde says, YouTube red, more like station blue. I like it. Okay, mouse needs to move. Oof. Oh, right, because the arrow is never meant to be... The arrow is never meant to be attached to that. The arrow is not meant to be attached to that block. Okay. I think the other way is preferable. I think the other way is going to be preferable. Bari, I know for a fact that your solution is better, but I am simply too incompetent to implement it successfully. And I think it will be easier for me to attempt the other way, even if it doesn't end up being quite as streamlined as this. But I think this is going to be so messy right now, just for me to implement successfully. It's too different. What I mean is it's too different from the current setup I have. Disco, thank you very, very much for the $5 super chat. These dev streams are genuinely some of my favorite. Maybe easier if for you to do this off stream without us butting in. I appreciate you including us. Disco, thank you very, very much for your $5 super chat and for your lovely message. I always really appreciate your support of the channel and all of your lovely, lovely comments in chat. In response to your message, yes, it may be easier to have like kind of a little focused in kind of no external distractions mode for developing. But the truth is, this game wouldn't be half of what it is without everybody's input. So it's really not kind of like a or a B, doing it offline or doing it online situation. It really could only be this. And the thing that I get a little sad about is that I'm not able to. I know that I'm not operating at the same level as you guys. So I just wish I was able to like see what Bari does and be like, got it immediately. I can roll with it. So yeah, thank you to everybody that makes suggestions and helps me out with this. And for being so patient with me. I suppose we're already here, so this is not going to be a long journey to go to the Hall of Legends. Goes up here, hanging out. 9 times a legend, Disco. Thank you very, very much for all of your super chats along the way. Disco, do you have a suggestion for an introduction? Bori says, it has worked perfectly, I think, but you were pressing A to increase the counter, isn't it? I'd got the counter mapped to L. We'll try it again after this. Lucien says, no need to be sad about it. I guess what I mean is, like, I just wish. I wish I could get to that point, Lucien. Because, yeah, I just want this to be as fun for everybody. Even those who are, like, miles and miles, leagues above my skill level. Disco says, lol, it's okay, I know the way in, step aside goblins. Lucien simplifies what I just said very nicely. A journey is usually more enjoyable with company. Exactly, and Mousey's is so much that. Yeah. Disco, was that message a suggestion about a goblin voice for the Hall of Legends? Squally says, Dom, what's your opinion on Knuckles the Echidna? Just generally, Knuckles is cool. I think he sounds great in the Sonic trailer. I'm gonna do the Gremlins. I'm gonna do the Gremlins from last week. The Goblin's brother. Oh, Disco says, thank you, I feel welcomed. It's cool, Dom, for real, lol. Okay, Unless you want to do Macho Man. I want to do Macho Man then. It's been like a week since I last did it, so here we go. Disco! Welcome once more to the Hall of Legends! There we go. You have been immortalized once more. Perhaps one of the last people to be immortalized in the Hall of Legends ever, potentially. Okay. Let's look at this again. I might have been a little bit... rushed in my classing this as broken. Okay, so it's getting offset. The counter is offset not because it's not working, but because the bullseyes are too thick, I think. Voxy says Dom can get so much mileage out of just squeezing his throat while talking. A bazillion voices can come out of that. I'll have you know I never squeeze my throat while talking. All of them are just natural. Which is why I only have like 2 voices. Mr. O, that's a really lovely comment. Thank you very much. And, yeah, I don't want to make it sound like I'm too down on my abilities. Like we said earlier, I'm definitely my harshest critic when it comes to this stuff. But only because I want it to be good. And also, I'm way more critical because I'm flying amongst lots of other amazing people, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, I'm not like bummed out. Alright, let's fix this count. 2 between each one. Should do it. Try increasing and decreasing the map by 1 to see if it aligns better, says Arch. Good suggestion. Go up to 26 first of all and see whether that does it. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm off by 1. That was why. Oh wait, it still looks like it's out. So let's go down to 24 and see. That's looking promising so far. Oh, that's looking real good so far. Okay, that's it. Chalupa, thank you so much, Chalupa Joe, for your $2 super chat. Gotta get my donations to ×10 before it's too late. Chalupa, thank you very much for your continued support of the channel. And is this going to be your 10th then? That is wild. Also, Bori says the problem is the marker size, Dom. And 0 to 25 is 26 gaps. Yep, that will work too. Okay, nice. Thank you very much, Bori. Thanks again for all your help. Okay. Where's Chalupa hanging out? There we go. Chalupa to 10. Is there enough characters in this one? Just. Chalupa, thank you very much. Do you have a request? For your 10th entry. Welcome back, Gumby. Just going to read Bori's most recent messages in the Help and tutorials thread. Here is when you have to increase the counter externally when you appear on the next level to reset to 5. Anyway, I understand perfectly what you said, and the other way is better way if you're confident. If you test again and do not try to increase the counter with a button. Yes, okay, so that was... I think what it wasn't that I was changing it with the button, but rather that the markers were off, which was making me think it wasn't working as intended, which we've resolved. It is very important that the marker node on has the size that is expected. If it's 0 to 25 is 26 gaps. Got it. Yeah, very nice. Tuba's going to think for a second. Of course, take your time. Just enough room. That's right, Lucian. Like 100 out of 100. I agree with Ginger. Mousey himself introduces me. Okay, but just to clarify, Chalupa, I don't think Mousey speaks English. I think Mousey speaks Micey. So here we go. Ma! Ma 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 ma! 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 Oh no, did you hear my throat there? So I'll translate on behalf of Mousey. That was Chalupa Joe. Welcome for the 10th time to the Hall of Legends. Is that correct, Mousey? Ma! Very nice. Immortalized once more 10 times in the Hall of Legends. Let's do this. Mousey's voice crack. It's been a tough old time for Mousey. No wonder. Okay, sweet. I'm shifting this just for my own preference. I know I technically don't need to, but I want to center them on the marker. Nice. Okay, let's do a little test. Chalupa says actually he's saying ma over and over. He's homesick. Oh no. Beautiful. We're synchronized. Is it going to apply here? Ah, it's going to be a bit broken because there's not 5 cheese here, is there? So that's fine. All we need to do... Ah! But this is... Hang on. Wait, so that's never been correct, has it? It's always shown an inaccurate number of cheese. So 1, 2... We determined there was 6 here. 3, 4... Huh? Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, there is 5 cheese. Oh, it says the prettier the programming screen, the faster the game runs. That is true. This chunks up sometimes. This is not the chunkiest I've felt it before. Those counters are old ones, Dom. Well, this one here is the old one. I was just confused because I thought... Okay, so what am I doing right now? I'm going to see the old counter in comparison with the new counter. So that one is showing... I don't love this. I don't love this. The padlocks we made are all in level 1. This one is in level 2. This is the one we just made. I did have them both in level 1, but I've now got this one in level 2. Please do correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that one's coming from these ones, yeah. Just double check. Yeah. They are. So the thing that I don't love is that a player could get to the end and get an incorrect value on the cheese counter. Which is such a funny, such a funny sentence. But I would like that figure to be accurate, I guess. Like, the chances of a player doing this is so slim. But if they did... So, this counter here is the one from the thing we just programmed. That's the old one. That's enough that that's enough of an not an inconvenience, but like an inconsistency of gameplay that I'm not a huge fan of. Boxy says, I would have just made one counter padlock and just reset and teleported it elsewhere once it's complete. Well, that would still be compatible with Bori's setup, wouldn't it? Just teleporting it, because it will Oh no, that's gonna cause the same issue anyway, because we would be teleporting the complete one, the blinking one. I think just streamlining the current system is actually still preferable. Not going for the global cheese counter, not going for the like progressing marker and bullseye, the Bari setup. Although no, because the issue that we ran into with the counter, the number object, was that we weren't showing the right value anyway. Yeah, Boris says still you need to increase the counter when teleporting to the second level to complete the solution, but not sure. Yeah, Bori, I realized as I was saying it that the teleportation wouldn't resolve this. Skunktronic says, if there are 5 cheeses per level, you could use one counter for each section and enable the teleport when each section's been completed. There is currently 5 cheese per level, but I don't know whether there necessarily will be. And enable the teleport when each section has been completed. Would something like this work? Let me switch back over to the webcam for a second. So if we kind of built off what Bori did here, if I had a marker and bullseye, whatever it's called, that's our track like I had, hold this. If I had a track of markers and bullseye, like this, and had like this, that it ticks along through. It's meant to be a 3. And then at 5, after 5 you have teleport. and then back to 1, 2, 3. Although actually that would be inverted from that. Skunktronic says you could still use one object break, but it could be confined to only decrease the counter for whichever section the player is currently in. Ooh. How would you go about doing that, Skunktronics? Oh, it says GVG mascot creator RTX on. My sound foam is getting in the way. There we go. Right. Skunktronics follows up by saying, object break connected to all counters, but only through a multiplier. If the player is in that section, then that counter will change, but not any of the others. Object break connected to all the counters, but only through a multiplier. If the player is in that section. What is determining the section, though? Sorry, Skunktronics, I'm sure it's very clear to everybody else. Object break connected to all the counters. Only through a multiplier. Is the multiplier what's determining the section? Oh, use a touch sensor to determine where the player is. The issue with that is I wouldn't be able to make a single touch sensor as big as each zone. So I would end up using quite a lot of node-ons to clear the whole, to cover the whole area in touch sensors. Disco, yeah, that was kind of what I was starting to think of here. The idea that when you pass through a section, you count up through the maximum, the universal cheese counter. But I don't know whether that's actually viable. I feel like we've got ourselves into such a weird little programming problem here that I'm sure I'm making far too complex. Philippa says, can you draw a little smiley face, please? Of course. Anything to not have to think about this for a minute. What kind of smiley face? Hey, Nintendo Vlogs. Mousey's going good. We're at a little bit of a programming block currently. Just seeing if I can shuffle this up a tiny bit so we get a little bit more in focus. It's just because it's too close to the subject. This is me right now. This is going to be me. Get this padlock. This pen is so jerk. Chalupa says, can you draw a smiley face? I immediately draw this. accurate. Honestly, very accurate. Neverlog says draw Sonic. Okay, this is the last thing I'm drawing. This is definitely how Sonic looks, right? Everyone? What Sonic looks like. Sonic the Hedgehog. That's Sonic, right? Alright. Last drawing. As in that was. Okay. Mr. O says, you know the signal you used to teleport Mousey to the next level. Use that signal to reset the global cheese counter. So you would only need the marker to have 5 bullseyes. That's the solution, isn't it? That's the solution. Chalupa says Jonic's little brother Honic. That's like Jonic from the comics. Alright. I think we're gonna have a beautiful Bori Mr. O hybrid here for this, and I think it's totally gonna be using whatever signal I am using to teleport Mousey to reset the counter. Alright, watch this. Get ready, everyone. It's going again. Wait, yeah, it's going again. Well, it may feel like we've not made any progress. I can assure you we have. We're learning so much. So let's get the little L button press in. Whoops. Oh, right. Oh, wait. That's because of this, isn't it? So, what would we do it? We would do it from... Oh, but it's literally just a teleporter. Is there a way to get an output from this? Where is the actual teleport? Yeah, we can only send a signal touch sensor on the teleporter. Yeah. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Wait. Is that literally all that's causing Mousey to teleport? If it is, Mousey should teleport here. Yes, it is. Okay, so we need a touch sensor on that. Thank you, everybody that suggested touch sensor. So now if I touch that touch sensor, I'll teleport, right? Just want to be sure before I... Might be in the air. Or underground. Oh, right, because it needs to be touching both. Is that correct? Man, I'm so rusty with this stuff. The touch sensor set for. Not the thing we need. Put the touch sensor at the teleport exit. That's an even better suggestion, or a great continuation of the suggestion. Yeah, totally. Of course. Of course. Okay. So that's our touch sensor that was going to reset our door progression up here. Oh, chunky. All right. So now I'm going to duplicate this for our testing purposes. So we're going to have two padlocks down here for now. The old one in position and the new one offset a little bit. And, oh, let's connect it up here first. Wrong one. Okay. Now, I think we should be good. Okay, let's go check out that one without eating any cheese. Yeah! Okay. Oh, did I break it by touching it again? Because that's where I respawn, right? Is that going to break it? It totally does. So... That's great that it's fixed. But, respawning there resets it, which is no good. 100% no good. So how do we fix that? I guess I also just want it on touch, right? Ooh, what's the trick here then? Ah, output to a trigger. Beautiful solution, Disco. Just a flag when changed from 0. Yeah, Bori, thank you. Beautiful. Oh, sorry, Arch. Arch also said it in the chat. Perfect. So we need the trigger from 0 here. Yeah, I was reading the one that Boris said on the Discord, but Arch was saying it in chat at the same time. Okay. Ugh, it's messy, but let's see. Yeah, we're still going, Ramona. We've been umming and erring over the padlock system, but I think we're just about to reach the solution. Ah, the trigger is redundant. Interesting, okay. Let's just check that this has worked. It should still show 3, I think. Yes, it does. Ah! And we hit the trink. I love it. I'll take it. It works. Bori, Disco, Arch, Mr. O. Thank you all, and everybody else, for helping me work out that way of doing it. This is definitely better than what we had before. Now let me get it into some kind of usable state. We're gonna have wires over everywhere, but whatever. Okay, so I guess this is gonna hard limit us to having like no more than 8 locked doors, right? But that's fine. I don't think we would have gotten there anyway. So we just need to make sure that we have the touch sensor, the flag, and the trigger. So we're definitely saving on node on from before. So let's move this one into position. And remove the old one. Come on, let me select it. There we go. Nope. Come on. Let me in there. There we go. Okay. Let me just check it. Make sure that's working. And then I'll delete the other one once it is working. Ooh, I guess I didn't connect up the blinking. The blinking one? No, I didn't. Okay, let's fix that. Dallas says Mousey's Cheese Maze looks like a cool game to speedrun. I always imagined that that would be definitely a way that you could play it. And I did see Disco in the help and tutorials thread suggested adding a timer for speedrunners. I would like to have a timer that appears on screen when you finish. But I don't think I want one on screen all the time because I think it would make it stressful for casual players. So maybe we can have it toggleable on, but I definitely want one to appear at the end of the game. Yes. Okay, I think we've got a working door progression. I'm going to test it out one more time before I delete it. Skunktronics, thank you very much for your $5 super chat. Great things can happen when we help each other. Be the reason for a smile. Skunktronics, that's such a lovely message, and thank you very much for supporting the channel. I mean, I can't say anything else. That's genuinely a very beautiful message, and I think such a integral part of how it's felt to be a part of the GBG community. And like, even on days when I'm not building stuff and I look in the Discord and I see so many people being so generous with their time and their knowledge to support other people who are building stuff in the help and tutorials section, but all over the Discord. Yeah, it's really a wonderful message. Thank you very much. Let's get you in the Hall of Legends. And thanks again for your help in getting things solved. Skunktronics, I believe this will be your first appearance. That is correct. Welcome. Oh, I can't say it yet. I gotta wait till I get you in there. Make sure I get the spelling and the capitalization right. Skunktronics, do you have a request for your introduction to the Hall of Legends? Would you like me to do a particular silly voice? I'm just going to read through the help and tutorials thread while Skunktronics is having a thought about what they would like as their induction into the Hall of Legends. Yeah, Disco says this setup is so efficient. Folks, it's such a nice solution. I'm glad that we got there. Skunktronics, if you don't have a particular preference, don't fret. I can always just do any silly voice. Does anybody else from chat like would anybody else from chat like to make a suggestion for this latest introduction? Don't worry about it, Skunktronics. Oh, wait. Okay, we haven't done this yet today. Balloony voice. Okay, I'm gonna do Balloony, but I'm gonna do something. Wait a moment. Skunktronics, we've got a little special induction here. Hello? That didn't seem to work.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Skunktronics. I'm the dragon of the Hall of Legends. I guard the legends here in the Hall of Legends. But it is now time to welcome you to the Hall of Legends.
Well, that was an interesting surprise. That was definitely not balloony. Well, okay. Skunktronics, thanks again. You have been immortalized amongst all the other legends here in the Hall of Legends. And yeah, honestly, I think probably for the final time. You know, these next few days, it's going to be it. The Hall of Legends will be locked in. All right. So this works. Oh, no. We're going to do our final test. Skunktronics says, not a good idea to scare a skunk. That's very true. Apologies. Beautiful. That all works. So let's get rid of the duplicate down here. I did attempt to fish skip. It didn't pay off. That should help us with the node on count. And if we get rid of this one too. Okay. This calls for a cool gamer alert. Oh no! I pressed the same shortcut as the cool gamer alert, but on the wrong mouse. Let me try again. Cool gamer alert using the wrong mouse. The duplicate orange cheese wall textures as well. Yeah, we got loads of those. I think I did it to be tidy. But it wasn't actually beneficial. Let's just move these up a little bit. Okay, so first of all, are these on the same axis? Let's just check before we do start deleting stuff. That's Y plus only. What is this? Why would I have that one set to Y plus only? Oh, cool game is still up. What are these connected to? Also, honestly, why is this 2 blocks? And why do they not intersect? Disco points out that we can now fit in 40 more individual meow sound effects. Ah. Weird. Why did I do this? Why plus did I do this? Okay, whatever. Oh, because this has got the the mouse hole. What's this? What is this? Why is there 2? Okay, well, we don't need to. This whole construction's a bit weird. We just need something to block you from going back. We don't need to see it. Okay. Is that better? That feels weird for some reason. That feels super strange to see. Ooh, that corner is really weirding me out now. So I like the columns, like the language of having the purple columns in corners works nicely. Although we do need one there technically if we're doing that. Or is it only on exterior corners? Do we have one up here? I'm looking at the purple columns. Looking for the purple columns. Because we've got one there, but we don't have one here, which feels weird. Let me just put it in and see how I feel about it. Why does that one look so bad? Ah, because it's intersecting with a... Nintenvlog says, can you turn the camera big for a second so we can see lots of the map at the same time? Good suggestion. Let's give it a go. I need to make a note of these values though, so I can get it back to exactly where it was. Where did my pen go? Here it is. So x is 13.6. Y is 7.65. Go big. Oh, it's gonna get big. Hey, games. Oh, this feels wrong. Whoa, look at this. Welcome to Boundary Break. This is honestly pretty cool. Look at Robo Meowsy though. Alright. So the columns is the way to go, I think. Games asks, is there going to be another community stream on Minecraft? Definitely, yeah. The realm's down at the moment due to an issue with the account that the realm is attached to. But yes, for sure. Okay, so I think the logic should really be that we only have... Let's try replicating these columns over here and see how that looks. So first of all, instead of doing 2, let's just expand this double wide. Hopefully the alignment is still good. Yeah, texture alignment's still good. And I guess I should really push, for Voxy's sake, I should push this out so that the spacing is good. The texture spacing is good. Wider. Nope, still wider. I guess it's however many blocks across that is. Skunktronics asks, how is the mouse moving? The mouse is connected to a UFO and controlled with the left analog stick. Lanja says, about the Smash stream? I don't have any plans for a Smash stream currently. Okay. So we're going to have to do the same down here, I suppose, on all the corners. But let's get the camera back the way it came. So we can just check that this looks okay in the standard settings. So that was 13.60 and 7.65. Of course, it is always aspect locked. So I guess you can't actually see this zoom mode. I think the reason I went to this zoom mode was only because I didn't want you to be able to see out of bounds. Which I think you may now be able to do. Quite like having more of the zone, the map visible. But yeah, you will see out of bounds on like more narrow bits like this. Let's just put it back how it was. Fine as it was. Nintenvlogs asks, what's the lore of Mousey's Cheese Maze? I think the most in-depth we've ever gotten with the lore was that the cheese maze it exists underneath like a geothermal plant of some kind, I guess, which is underneath a volcano, and Mousey is going in to eat the cheese, but I'm not really sure currently why, other than Mousey loves cheese, and Meowsey is there to guard the cheese. I think that's all that's ever been established about the, like, cheese maze canon. Arch says, okay, so there's this town called Babytown. Yeah, if you want to get started on the wider lore implications. By the way, I don't know whether anyone spotted it. Okay, so this is a complete detour, but give me this. Just bear with me 1 second. So on my stream the other day, where I showed the exterior shot of Babytown, did anybody see the volcano in the background? That's where Mousey's cheese maze is happening. Underneath this. It's looking pretty inactive here. But deep inside, the lava is always bubbling away. Anyway. What am I doing? Voxy says someone had fun with Photoshop. Right, I was fixing the I was fixing the textures, wasn't I? Man, the textures are like all broken here though too. I don't want to do that. I'm going to stop playing with that. All right, let's move on to this. Let's go back to this after a big detour. Skunktronics, that sounds cool. I always like games that get a little bit weird with the movement. With the movement setup. Okay, so we're back here. That feels pretty good. So if the entrance was here, the apple's here, or the apple bridge is here. Move this up. Chalupa says you could probably save like 200 plus node on if you make Mousey a single poorly drawn sprite. Chalupa, you joke, but like this is all Mousey sprite logic. But we will not be, I will definitely not nerf the Mousey sprite. Look at him. The nice Mousey sprite is all I've got. I'm gonna bump this over a little bit. I want to just try something. What is going on here? What is all this? Oh my goodness. Okay. So that's the level. What is all this logic here? Oh no, he kidnapped the line for texture. Thanks, Voxy. So that's... Okay, hang on. Hey Inferno, good to see you. This is all relating to the bridge, so maybe we need to move it somewhere else. Okay. And then this is relating to Erica. I'm going to delete this for the moment because it doesn't work. But we'll come back to it. Hey, Jag, good to see you. Also, welcome back, Clyde. Okay, let's just do a quick run through to make sure I didn't break anything then. Ja, I hope you had a great sleep. We've been busy, making good progress today on the first day of Mousey's dev days. There was kind of a bleak moment where I was... I completely lost my train of thought. But we plowed through it with everyone's wonderful help. Cut down on some wasteful node on. They're still working. Fantastic. Ooh. Why did the sound not work? Okay, I need to defend myself here. So Disco just Disco just said in chat, nobody tell Jer that Dom called Akachan heavy. Now, I technically did say that, but I said the full quote was because my Akachan model is quite node-on heavy. Which is true. Right. See you, Gumby. Thanks for hanging out. Chat. Okay. Why was the sound effect not playing for that second gate? Oh, did I just not connect it? That was working before. Was it not? Oh, look. Why is there a timer here? The sound effects connected to a flag. They're not. They're connected to this counter, though. They're connected to this counter, though. That's what it is. Why are they connected to a counter? So we just need this to reset. We just need to reset this based on the same trigger. Ooh. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Is the counter just for the volume? No, it was for playing it. I don't know why it was like that, but this will fix it anyway. Ooh. Oh no, it played it twice. That's not the trigger, that's the sensor. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O. You are 100% right. Of course, I don't want to go straight into the sensor. I want to go from the trigger, which is via the flag. It still plays. Still plays when we go back through the door. Hang on one sec. Okay, so let's just do a little test like this. Bing, 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 bing. Reset. Okay, reset. Huh. It sends an input through as it resets. Oh, because look, the counter ends up being at 1. Did I loop it? Inferno says, how do you recognize all this? Just staring at it for too long, I suppose. It's such a mess, though. I guess I should have this loop. I think that will fix it. I'll undo it if it's not correct. Let's see. Now it's broken it entirely. But it's definitely to do with the counter, isn't it? Connect the R to both resets on both counters. Oh, yes, it's not on... Oh, wait. The R is on both resets. Yeah. It says you gotta create problems to solve problems. I know. I feel like this setup is causing us so much trouble. Mr. O, do you mean connect direct rather than via the flag and the trigger? Even so, it plays on that reset. And only once. You're activating the flag and you can't activate it again. Okay, so let's do it without. Oops. Okay, count, 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 count. Boris says, why is the counter there anyway? Will the sound repeat if you delete it? I don't know, let's find out. Why is the sound? I guess just because I wanted the... I don't know, let's see. Why was the counter there? Mr. O says, it would repeat if you repeat it. I guess it's just because I wanted the timer and I didn't know how to do this? I don't know. Get out of here. Okay. Try again. There's no need to do a second reset. Okay. Let's give this a go. Beautiful. Oh. I meant it would repeat when you got the 5 over and over again. You're right, Mr. O. Which it will do. So if we don't go into the tunnel. Yeah, which I don't want it to do. Which was why the timer was there, wasn't, or the counter was there. Bori says, if you put it on the timer, it will sound every 0.5 second, but if you put it on the 5th bullseye, it should only sound one time. Okay. The reason that I did that was because I didn't want it to, I wanted there to be a delay. So I guess, can I just do a trigger instead? Will this work? Will this allow it to repeat? Excuse me. Clever says flag, trigger from 0. I don't know whether this is going to work, Clever. That was my thinking too, but I don't know whether it will ever repeat then. So it doesn't repeat here, which is fine. Oh no, it does. So that also doesn't work. Bori says yes, connect the 5th bullseye to the sounds. But it will play instantly though, right? Not in time with the visuals. Ah, Mr. Rose says, Dom, that's it. From the 5th bullseye, trigger from 0 to the timer. Ah. But I guess we'll need 2 lots of timers, right? Because we want this one to repeat. Is this it? Hey again, Inferno. There we go. Thank you, O. You got it, Mr. O. Is it going to work here? Hey! It worked. Beautiful, folks. Good job, everyone. Okay, door progression, beautifully streamlined now compared to where we had it before. So for those just joining us, we originally had 18 node on per door. And that's before you even consider the geometry. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. But it can be reused. So even when we use it twice, we've already saved node on from before. Let's make a bit of space here. Nintendo Vlog says, "Is this game going to get hard? It seems a bit easy." I don't want it to. I don't want it to be hard. I don't want anybody to not be able to finish it. But I think the challenge will come from how fast you can do it. As somebody who is not very good at video games, I think it's really important. I feel that it's really important in games to make something that should be playable for everybody of all skill level, but have a ceiling that allows for some depth, which, you know, with this being my first proper game ever, I might not achieve that entirely, but that's what I'm aiming for. Okay, look, we've cleared a bit of space down here. These aren't attached to anything. This, I think, this is a messed up lava code, isn't it? But what is this attached to? Ah, it's the falling in the lava there. Okay. Let's put this all up here. This is falling in the lava at the bridge area. That's such a mess. This, hopefully we'll never have to tweak this section. Because it's such a mess. I guess really this all ought to be up here then. Please don't break anything. Fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's just leave it like that. Hey, Ouija boys. Ricky Williams in chat asks, I was wondering what age do you think is the right age to start using Game Builder Garage? I've been using it for months now, but I've been curious about the question because I'm a kid using it. Ricky, I think that's a really great question. I don't know what the actual official age rating is from Nintendo. But I would say there's no content in it that is like inappropriate for kids to play. I think the younger you are, perhaps the learning curve might be quite steep, but really it's going to be down to every individual person. There's a lot of reading to do. That will be a stumbling block potentially for very, very young children. Yeah, Voxy says it just requires reading comprehension. Exactly. And I think everybody of all age ranges will have fun with it. Yeah. Very educational, too. I suppose the one thing to consider is that online stuff is not necessarily always appropriate. People of all ages, but I suppose if you're very young, you probably don't have online on your Switch anyway. I hope that helps. Okay. Let's move this over here. Man, I'm gonna have to figure something out with that. I'm also coming to the edge of the world here. Applied confirms that in the US it's E for everybody, which means ages 6+, probably 3+ in Europe. Alright, let's take Mousey over here and see what we're dealing with. Okay, so that's our troubleshooting thing. I must have deleted one of the walls, or not dragged it over. That's fine for now. We should have some cheese. We should have some cheese here and here, for sure. Disco says, Dom, you can stack mazes. That's a point, isn't it? Have mazes underneath mazes. Underneath mazes, underneath mazes. Okay. Right, where's this wall? Did I delete it? Probably. Probably one of those things I deleted earlier. Peggy 7. I'm going to have a little play around with some level layout stuff here. Teleporter D can go away now, as long as we reset this one to be C. Not says Dom has been making mouse game for 5 hours. Just something about the way you wrote that is very funny. Ramona says, Dom, are you looking forward to Christmas? Yes. I don't love how stressful sometimes Christmas can be. But it's always nice to spend time with family. I've never been much of like a presents person. Like even as a kid, really. So I don't love that side of it. Although it's really nice to give good gifts. But yes, mostly looking forward to spending time with family. Mr. O says, I'm looking forward to the Santa Jam. Me too, Mr. O. Cannot wait to hear what the theme will be. Only, like 14 hours till we find out what the theme is. I guess really I should be using the same sizes as these ones here. Ooh, it'd be really cool if this whole first area is lava either side. Like a lava bridge to begin with. Chalupa says, I wonder when the next Dojam will be. It's definitely not going to be this year. Honestly, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that Jer has been doing the J Jams. Because I think it brings its own flavor. And I wouldn't have had time to do one at Halloween. So I'm glad that there was one there. Was the Dojam the first GBG Game Jam? Asks Jinjo. I believe that to be the case, but I don't know for sure. I mean, even if we could say categorically in like the first English language one, maybe. But it's hard to search when you're looking, you know, in a more international context. How many J-Jams has Jer done? 2. This will be the second. The Santa Jam will be the second. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna have to just spend a second to clean this stuff up. I'm just making it worse as I edit stuff. Hey, Bari, thank you. Bari says, speaking of lava lakes, I can see you have 2 lava logics for animation. You only need 1 again. Just connect the lake's objects to the same 2 textures. Great shout. Thank you, Bari. I'll do that very shortly. I don't even... What is this? Bro. What is this? Oh, it's Mousey. Mousey falling in the lava. How nice. Ouija boys, no game swap. There will be no game swap here. Yeah, so this is definitely all of the, like, Mousey falling in the lava logic. I'm sighing because I moved it around in such a way that I don't really know what the most logical configuration will be now. Alright, I need to shuffle this over. So, taking up so much space. Okay. Whew, that gave us a bit more breathing room. Fantastic. Okay. Let's continue. Wait, hang on, what? Wait, what did I just do? Oh. Oh, the lava is now like either side of the tunnel. That's no good. I stretched out the tunnel. All crazy style. Oh, the full game. There's like no ground here. Okay. That's lava. We'll come back to that in a second. Why do I feel like I've done this differently to last time? I suppose the tunnel itself is too long, right? Because it should only go out this far, I think. Take Mousey the other side and see how badly I've broken this. Okay, let's take a look. There the... Okay, so... That's already here. I guess I removed the column on that side because it didn't feel right on the left hand or the north side of the door here. I think I had one there and removed it. And then I've already textured one on this side. Okay, so let's go collect the cheese and head through. Oh, there's still a sensor visible there. Oh, that will be the the trigger for resetting the counter. Ah, but the entrance... Interesting! So the system I'm using for this, that's cool. I mean, you wouldn't be able to skip. You would not be able to... if you, like, skipped into this zone, you wouldn't be able to progress. Because you need to have triggered 10. Steve says, I'm back. What happened to the door? Nothing. I was just checking the geometry, but I did it in a weird way. And it reminded me that I had it so you need to have triggered the constant of, or an equal to a constant of 10 for the door to unlock. So if somebody, like, skipped the first zone, they wouldn't be able to progress. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But right now, that's not what I'm testing. Disco says, we'll discover a wrong warp strat in no time. Okay, so yeah, this has to be... I'm going to go from the start, because I'm second-guessing myself on this. That tunnel feels really weirdly short, but I don't know why. Let's feel. I can go back to, like, the first block's worth here. Is that true of the second tunnel as well? Yeah, okay, so it's not weird. Just feels weird. See you, Voxy. Thanks for hanging out and for all your help. Ah, that's why it feels weird. Because I can access the teleporter. Which I can't on the other ones. Got it, okay. How did I fix that last time? See, this is the thing. With it being so long since I last properly worked on Mouseys, it's stuff like this that I don't even know how I did it. I guess I just put another object in. What is that attached to? Is that just a texture? Yeah, okay. Wait. Oh, the Mario Artist OST? Yes, of course, Arch. I turned it off at my confused moment, and I forgot to put it back on. It's always good to have some musical accompaniments. Honestly, I might loop this track for a little bit. This is 100% not what I did last time. I didn't have like a wall like this. Sorry for the double music. Allow me to a second. Oh, actually it might be longer at this rate. Right. I know what it is. It's a longer gap overall, isn't it? With this in the middle. Where's the middle one? So let's take this, because that's the overall width. Using this as a reference for a minute. I find resizing in this game very inconsistent. Okay, so teleport here. 1 grid space away. And then this object goes yes, in the middle behind this teleporter. With that gone. That should be it. I don't know why I had such trouble with that. It was kind of a weird system before, to be honest. I think I did it because I wanted the transition to be really smooth without you seeing any of the next level ahead of time. There we go. There we go. Nice. Yeah, that was the reason. So this is here just as a reference. So that's done. This needs to come back a bit because I wanted the little lava run first. Alright, Mousey, come with me. Oh, Arch, we'll definitely listen to that one next, because I agree. Popey Pappy is the best song from Talent Studio. I guess they shouldn't be long, really. Mr. O, thank you very much for your $2 super chat. Before it's too late, I'll take a classic Yoda, please. Let me help you with that right this moment. First of all, thank you very much for your support of the channel. And all of your amazing help, both directed towards me with Mousey's Cheese Maze and everybody that you help on the Discord. I know so many projects have been they've had a little sprinkle of Mr. O help, some more than others. And it's greatly appreciated. I'm just looking for your name. You're definitely on here. Higher up. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh no. I'm doing that thing again where I can never... Oh, Mr. O's never donated. Really? Wow, Mr. O, a double special thank you then for sending your first super chat. You managed to sneak in before release and get your name in here. I thought for sure I was doing that thing where I was just completely blind to somebody's name. There we go. Chalupa says, Mr. O is the MVP of GBG. Agreed. Alright, first time in the Hall of Legends for Mr. Observador. And to welcome them in, who do I have here? Just slowly making his way over. You know, you have to be patient with him. Hi, Yoda.
Good evening, Dom.
Wow, you sound especially strange today, Yoda. How are you doing?
Resting I have been.
Oh, okay. Well, we're almost done with Mousey's Cheese Maze. Do you want to say a little something for Mr. O? First time super chatter.
Young Mr. Observador, a legend you are. Welcome to the Hall of Legends. Immortalized you have been.
Thank you, Yoda. You should maybe get like a strepsil or something, Yoda.
Gruff voice I have now.
Yeah, totally. You definitely do. Thank you, Yoda. See you again sometime soon, I'm sure.
Peace out, I will.
Bye, Yoda. Mr. Observador, welcome to the Hall of Legends. A well-deserved place amongst all the other legends here in the Hall of Legends. Look at that. Thank you very much, Mr. O. Let's listen. Speaking of Mr. O, let's listen to some Mr. Po P Pa P from Mario Artist. Any song with phone sound effects in, always high up on my list. Actually, that's a point. After this, we should listen to that one track from Nintendogs that has the phone sound effects. Mr. Poe. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up. I don't care if it drowns me out for a little bit. This is such a good song. We're just gonna jam to this for a bit, okay? Okay. What a tune. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Poppy Poopy Po. Let's drop Mousey in and see whether what I did made a mess or fixed things. Okay, so this is going to be lava. Then connects with this, but it's got a weird little lip currently. Don't love that. Everything's weird sizes. I guess I didn't follow the previous block sizes. Oh, I'm gonna put this Nintendog song on. Nintendogs. What is it called? Phone song. Is it just called telephone? Okay, this might be it. Oh, there's an ad. We'll go back to the Mario Artist soundtrack in a minute, but I just want to play this because it reminds me so much of something from Mario Artist. I might have played this on stream before. If I have, I apologize for repeating myself. There we go. Incredible. Nintendo got their worth out of that phone sample. They really did, Arch. Alright, Mousey, thank you for gracing us, but you can go away right now. So that block I moved over here isn't even visible. Fantastic. Oh, right, because I don't have the texture on it, do I? Ooh. Is this my lava texture? I think it is. Oh no, adverts again. Students with dyslexia like me save thousands of hours on Mousey's cheese maze with this one simple trick. There we go. Ugh, it textures badly here though. Okay, it's fine. We'll deal with that. That looks nice. Got 2 messages in the helping tutorial. Let's take a look. Oh yes, the last one was Bori talking about the lava logic and how we can repeat it, which yes, we'll definitely do. This area definitely looks like you're getting deeper inside the maze. We'll need some pipes, some lava pipes here again, I think. How am I doing on the node on count? Okay, not terribly. So I can definitely reuse this lava, or this lava I suppose, for both sets, which will save us quite a few node on. Yeah, Ginger, we really cut a lot of node on. It was fantastic. Am I right in thinking we will need... Whoa, random generator codes. First of all, welcome back. I thought you'd gone a little bit ago. Thank you for your $1.99 super chat. Can't believe Mousey's cheese maze is almost done. Random generator codes. I can't believe it either. I'm so glad to be sitting down and spending some proper time with Mousey to get this done. Let's get you an entry in the Hall of Legends here. I see your name right away. Are there any slots left on this? Oh no. Okay, random. We're gonna have to push your name onto the bottom comment node on. Wait, hang on. I just want to double check there was no extra on there. Also, Mr. O, thank you very much for your Video Dojo Plus membership. Is that's a re-upping, is it, or is this a new one? I'm second guessing myself now. Arch says, "Uh-oh, dumb voice getting sore." I think I just need some water. New one, Mr. O, thank you so much. Please make good use of your emotes. Alright, let's get random in here again. Random Hajeel. Does anyone know what that's a reference to?
With YouTube Premium, you can
Oh no, not YouTube Premium.
Keep your audio going with background play. Try it on us.
Oh. There we go. Just about fitted it in. Random, is there a request for your entry into the Hall of Legends? Ah, Random just got back. Ramona says, I wonder what Mousey's Cheese Maze development time is compared to something like Majora's Mask, lol. So I think Majora's Mask was a really short dev period, right? It was like 6 months for Majora's Mask, I believe. But I suppose if you were looking at like pure time actually on it, and you were counting all of the person power involved with making it, it would kind of multiply exponentially, right? Because I'm just one person, and I've mostly not been developing it in the 6 months that it's taken for us to get here. Bring back Yoda. Oh, but Yoda's sleeping. Okay, I'll go wake him up. Random's just added another entry into the whole legend.
Wake me up, you must not.
I know, Yoda, but come on, you gotta do your thing.
Coming I am.
Alright, do you know who it is, Yoda?
Of course. Know everything I do.
Okay, come on then, read it then.
Random
That was not Yoda.
Random generator codes. A legend you are. Welcome once more to the Hall of Legends.
Thank you, Yoda. You can go and sleep peacefully now.
Dreaming of sushi I will be.
Bye, Yoda. Random Generator Codes, thank you very much for your super chat and for your continued support of the channel. You've made it into the Hall of Legends, and we've just fit you in here with one character free on this entry, so that is perfect. Ramona says sleep is very important for 900-year-olds. That's true. That is very, very true. He needs his beauty sleep. Dom's making excuses to the board of directors again. Look, I was told that I need to get this out this fiscal year, this tax year. Hey, Project Next. Okay, that's all done. Very nice. All right, folks. So I've probably got 15 minutes left in me today. I can tell that I'm getting, yes, less useful. Look, I even stumbled over my words. So let's get the level design looking nice here. Random says, sorry that my name's so long. No need to apologize, Random. Well, maybe Yoda would appreciate the apology. It was Yoda saying it, of course. I keep trying to use shift to select multiple things. It's not how it works. "15 minutes to finish the maze." Hey, Arch, if you're still here, can you remember what the name of the track is that plays when you do the little catwalk? Did we already listen to that? I really love that one, and I can't remember whether we already listened and I just forgot what it's called. Ramona says there's another one tomorrow, right? That is correct, yeah, and it's starting at 1300 hours, 1 p.m. UTC. So that should be the same time zone as you, Ramona, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will run right through to the evening, and also same again on Sunday. I think this might be my favorite remix of this track. Arch says, by the way, I think the ratty Easter egg can just be textures, no need for the cube objects. They'll always want to billboard though, won't they? So they'll, as you move away from them, they'll rotate. Oh, hang on. That's not what I want to do. Random Generator Codes asks, what will you work on after Mouse's Cheese Maze? That's a very good question. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I'll immediately be working on my entry for the J-Jam, excuse me. So right off the bat it will be that. But then beyond that, we'll see. But no, I have plans for sure. I don't want to say something before I'm sure. Enter the catwalk. Thank you, Arch. Let's listen to that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, ads. Can't believe they got me with the ads. Mr. Rose says, immediately? Question mark. What did I say? Chalupa, you definitely should. If the urge is striking you, then you should go for it. Of course, if you've got the time and the setup and everything you need to do it. Yes, it's definitely this one. This track rocks. Hey Maverick, it's going good. We've made some really good progress today. But for those who are wondering, I'm currently doing the pipes for this lava section. Hold on, let me double select. Yeah. Hey Cat, no, I probably won't release this version of the game. There's the leaked, the quote-unquote leaked version that I uploaded earlier, and that's probably okay for now. Oh, that song is so short. I can't believe Nintendo got Hatsune Miku for this track. So that little jingle there, that little refrain, that did sounds exactly like a refrain from a YMO track. And I think it's a direct influence. The walls are not always this high. Why are these so high? Ooh, this is nice. This is a good version. I never heard this one. Oh man, this slaps. Hot Cheetos. Saft says, this sounds like an Animal Crossing New Horizons person singing. Can definitely feel it. Similarities. I guess they're both using... I keep copying this little thing. I guess they're both using sampled sound fonts for the vocals. Got a bit of a KK vibe to it, for sure. Hey, Alex.
without Squarespace, I wouldn't
No.
have a brand.
Okay, so I want to try something wild here. I want to try something unprecedented in the cheese maze. Alright, hear me out. Give this a try. I'm willing to break the cheese time continuum for this Jinjo. Ooh, should we listen to a little bit of Earthbound music before I go? Hang on. Man, the Earthbound OST is so good. Thanks, Earthbound. Dallas says, is this a part where you go up? That's right, Dallas. Mr. Flame, I won't do any Deltarune music because I still haven't played Deltarune and I want to be as fresh to it as possible. Wait, no, why did this break? Why did this break for the first time in ages? What happened to it? Why? Why did that break? We made the walls slippy. That's bizarre. Ooh, that incline's a bit too steep. Mr. Rose says, Dom, you can't fool me. That wasn't Earthbound. That was Yoda's burp. No, it was definitely Earthbound. Dallas says the wall isn't. The wall isn't what? Oh, Slippy! Yes, thank you, because we replaced that wall, didn't we? Thanks for the reminder. That's why I got stuck. That makes a lot of sense. Beautiful. Oh, I thought I made this minus 20. That explains it. Still a little bit of a lip there. Ooh, that's not nice coming back down because of the lip. Yeah, Shooting Star, I do remember. Oof. Mousey got absolutely got. Ooh, look at that. Smooth. I don't like that Mousey's nose goes through the floor. Honestly, that might be enough to make me not want to have inclines. Maybe we could go down, though. That would be pretty ominous. Hmm. I keep doing that. I can't do down, can I? Because we don't have the code for it. It has to be up. Arch says the block falling in the hole is oddly satisfying. Yeah, I don't think I articulated my point very clearly, but I think that is partly thanks to the fact that it is completely physics driven. And I know physics driven is not the right term because it would still be if it was on the slide connector, but the fact that there's a little bit of wobble and a little bit of looseness there I think is good. I don't think we can go down a ramp. We would have to change... We'd have to mess with the location sensor code and it would cause Mousey to vibrate. So Mousey can only ever go up. The only way is up for Mousey. Is it always going to intersect with Mousey's nose? If I do -10, is it... Maybe it'll intersect less? There we go. So we could have a big, long ramp. Or just a small incline. Shooting Star asks, is Mousey always usually on 0 on the y-axis? No, weirdly it's on like 3.4 or something. No, Mousey isn't tracked on the y-axis by the camera. Camera always stays in the same position. Yeah, that's my thinking, Arch. I'd like to look down, back down on the lava pools. See you, cat. Nice, Saved. I'm glad that you've got a cool game idea. So this is kind of a funky looking level so far, but they always start off looking weird. Nice. Okay. I like what I've got so far. if you're asking for the creation code, Dallas, it's still in the Mousey Dev Days thread. Yeah, Arch, that's exactly what I was thinking. I want to do, instead of pulling the block, I actually want to do the button press, I think, here. It's like you press a button and it drops something into place. But yeah, exactly, for the bridge. Okay, the alignment of that's still a bit funky down here, but at least it stops in the right place. I might be able to just put an extra little kind of road bump here to smooth that over if I can't get it more perfect than that. Oh, somebody asked earlier, I think it might have been Disco. There's no backtracking in this game. As in, once you go through a teleporter, you can't go back through. Alright, let's put some cheese blocks in. Mr. O says, Dom, you okay? You sound tired. I just need a drink, but because I'm going to finish off in just a minute, I'm going to wait till I'm off air. But thank you for your concern. Are physics blocks going to be something in particular for just purple blocks? So actually, Arch, I haven't done the colouring and the texturing for this block, but I intend to give it a unique colour, I think, because we've already got purple on the pipes. But maybe purple could represent this. But yeah, I want a different colour for physics blocks and a different colour for buttons. But maybe the button interaction could also be purple? I don't know, I'd have to have a think about that. We should get a little bit of a logic through line in the colours. Ginger, you're asking when do I plan on finishing off this stream? Very soon. I just want to kind of get a little bit of a block out going here. That one's inside the wall. Not where I meant to place that. That one's also inside the wall. There you go. Oh, nice, Shooting Star. Cool. Send it over to me if you haven't already. Bright yellow buttons. I like it. Oh man, this track is so good. This is such a nice way to end this stream, actually. We will finish on this one. Okay. Oh, I meant to put cheese there. Where did it go? Oh, because there's no texture on it, is there? Make them visible for now, so I don't have to put textures on. Fantastic. I look forward to playing it on Sunday then, Star. Okay. I'm happy with what we've got here so far. Makes more sense down there. Oh no, I took too long. I'm gonna have to play that track again. Nope, not that one. Hang on a sec. Disco wants new age retro hippie. Oh, it's such a good track. Can't actually see it on this OST. Where is it? Anyway, I'm gonna leave it here for today. I'm definitely getting tired. I can feel myself slowing down. We've made some fantastic progress. It was definitely slow in some parts, but that's just natural. To anything, not just game development, the creative process. I would also say there's that classic thing of, you know, the last 10% is the hardest. I'm not saying we're close to the last 10%, but I think you can break down the individual steps within a project. You know, the last 10% of a particular chunk of code or a particular feature that you're implementing. And I think we faced that a little bit with the redesigning of the doors. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without everybody's wonderful help. And I think it really ended up being a collaboration of a lot of great creators to get that working. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you everybody who chatted, gave suggestions, gave ideas. I know I didn't read every question out loud, but I tried to keep up with the chat as much as possible. And thank you for being patient with me, because I know I'm slow with this stuff. I'm very, very excited for tomorrow. It can't come soon enough. 1 p.m. UTC. So you can work that out in your time zone. The scheduled stream is up already, so you can go check it out. Please do join me. We're going to get this done. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be about, fingers crossed, getting all of the gameplay components done, including the finale. And then hopefully Sunday can be down to just finishing things off. I should also say, Jer is announcing the stream of the Santa Jam, the theme of the Santa Jam on stream tomorrow. Some big-headed gamer is going to be joining her briefly for that announcement. I don't know who, not sure who it will be. And I've also got the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tournament tomorrow evening. If you haven't already, you can sign up to that and join in on that. It's a lot of fun. We took part in the summer one. This is the winter one this time, the Christmas one. It's being hosted by Gaming Reinvented. They're very cool people. I will definitely be taking part. It'll be a nice kind of unwind from the programming earlier in the day. Whew. Okay. Well, see you all soon. Have a great rest of the day. Have a great night. Let me back out of this so it definitely saves the progress. Ginger says, thank you for making my sick day better. Ginger, I'm sorry to hear you've been unwell, and I'm very happy to have helped, even if it's in just a small part. Hang on. This is like a... Oh, it's off camera. This is like a gummy bear, Mousey. A Haribo gummy Mousey here. I'm gonna have to figure out a... I'm gonna have to find a better solution for this camera tomorrow. It just needs mounting higher up, but it's... The arrangement is very confusing, so this was the best I could do. Anyway. Blurry bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.